your rear end by telling Congress so that if attack happens, he could say everybody was warned. Go take meaningful action, shut down the border, because it's all coming across our southern border.
Japan and the Philippines are set to meet this month, where they hope to work toward a defense pact as China continues its aggression in the region. What are you hearing out of the South Pacific, and do you think China is poised to make moves on Taiwan?
Well, this is a good thing that Japan and the Philippines are working more closely together. Go back in history to World War II. They still have a lot of kind of enmity from those days. But, mark this term down, or remember this location. It's called the Second Thomas Shoal. It's a coral reef right off the coast of the Philippines. There is a Filipino ship full of Filipino Marines that are sitting there to mark the territory and prevent China from taking it over. China is aggressively ramming ships, boarding Filipino ships as they try to resupply these Marines. I fear this could be the spark point for a broader conflict in the Pacific, because either the Philippines are a treaty ally to the United States. Either we come to their assistance if some type of fight breaks out, or China's able to drive a wedge and break that alliance. It's not a good situation at all. We should be taking a much tougher stand with China in our engagement rather than talking about climate change.
Florida Republican Congressman Mike Waltz, thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and wishing you and your family a wonderful Independence Day holiday.
Absolutely. Happy 4th. Let's all celebrate the independence of this great nation. Thanks so much.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Hey, Philly. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With autopay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, now's the time to check out the Bush Auto Group. At Bush Infiniti of Westchester, we have exceptional offers just for you. Enjoy rates as low as 4.9% for 36 months on Infiniti certified pre-owned vehicles. Plus, every new Infiniti comes with 3 years free maintenance. Don't wait. Visit in-store today at Bush Infiniti of Westchester or online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I'd like to invite you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar this Wednesday, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work this Wednesday. Come on, it's Independence Day. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, July 1st. This is the Fox News Rundown. Some Democrats reportedly want President Biden to bow out after last week's presidential debate last week. Democrat Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman tells Fox's Shannon Bream that that's not a good idea.
That whole abandoned Biden thing, that's the dumbest I've ever heard. I mean, if you are more inclined to vote for a Democrat or be a Democrat, if you're willing to walk away from Joe Biden, you're by defecting helping Trump.
The president met with family members at Camp David over the weekend to consider his next move. The Supreme Court is expected to decide today whether former President Donald Trump has immunity from prosecution in his election interference case. And former Trump advisor Steve Bannon expected to report to jail today after the Supreme Court refused to delay his prison sentence on his contempt of Congress conviction. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Join Team Kayal and Company once again this year for the Bend to Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 21st. From Philly to Atlantic City, you can do the ride or just donate to support the cause. Visit bendtoshore.org. That's shore.org. Let's show everyone how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. FBBCF provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth. Sponsored by Gelman Law. Need a criminal defense attorney or personal injury? Visit GelmanLawFirm.com.
Oh, I wish I could handle all my financial needs under one roof.
How many roofs do you go to?
Currently, 4. One for savings, another for loans, and...
Stop. Write this down. First Harvest Credit Union. I'm able to save money with amazing loan rates and saving options like certificates, checking, growth savings account, which is currently earning 3.5% annual percentage yield. Should I continue?
You had me at one roof.
Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Equal opportunity lender insured by NCUA. Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Quarter, stocks ending lower Friday in the last trading session of the month, second quarter and first half of the year. That after the latest inflation report strengthened hopes for interest rate cuts in September as the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, showed a 2.6% rise in the 12 months prior to May, which was lower than the previous month. The core index, which removes food and energy prices, also rose 2.6%. That's lower than a month ago. The Dow lost 45 Friday, the Nasdaq down 126, the S&P 500 down 22. Today we get details on construction spending for May. Tomorrow, auto sales figures for June. Unemployment numbers come this week on Wednesday as the markets are closed for Independence Day on Thursday. And on Friday, the all-important jobs report for June. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
is the Fox News Rundown.
Now that summer is in full swing, so is summer fun. Prime time for swimming and many other outdoor activities.
It's really hot, so we loaded up a bunch of things in our cooler and some camp chairs and a tent. We're going to go boating camping.
But summer can also mean a heightened risk of skin cancer. The Skincare Foundation says 1 in 5 Americans will develop some form of skin cancer by age 70. And the deadliest kind, melanoma, kills 1 person every hour, according to the Melanoma Research Alliance. It can appear as a spot on the skin that changes in size, shape, or color and can form within an existing mole. Another nonprofit group called Impact Melanoma is building shade structures and installing free sunscreen dispensers. Impact stands for Improving Melanoma Prevention through Awareness, Care, and Teaching.
So there are many different types of skin cancer.
Board-certified dermatologist Dr. Emily Wise is a medical advisory board member for Impact Melanoma and founder of Durham Wellesley in Massachusetts.
And melanoma is probably the one that's relatively rare, but it is definitely the one that gets the most attention because it is certainly the most dangerous and is most deadly. That being said, melanoma, when detected early, has a very, very positive prognosis and a really high survival rate. So the reason that there are so many programs dedicated to educating the public about, the importance of checking your skin and early detection is because the earlier we can catch a melanoma, so the thinner it is, the better the overall prognosis. The American Academy of Dermatology estimates that in 2024, there will be about 200,000 new cases of melanoma. So in general, it's not as common as the non-melanoma skin cancers like basal cell and squamous cell carcinoma. But certainly we have seen the number of cases annually is definitely on the rise. And we are also seeing it a lot in younger people. So it is considered the second most common cancer in people ages 15 to 29. So we definitely see a lot of it.
And as you say, the key is to, be getting checked and be watching for spots and be able to catch this if you do get it early before it has a chance to spread internally, let's say, because that can happen, right?
Yep, so that's quite worrisome. If melanoma becomes invasive, it certainly can metastasize or spread to distant, lymph nodes and distant organs. And in that case is definitely very difficult to treat and certainly can be deadly. So for most cases of melanoma, it's sitting there on the skin. So I think the bottom line is, speaking as a board-certified dermatologist, I do a ton of skin checks. I am never mad if someone comes in and the spot that they're worried about is completely benign. I would rather see that 10,000 times than have someone not call for something that they're concerned about. So, the motto is when in doubt, get it checked out.
It seems like common sense at this point to use sunscreen. Are not enough people using it? And is that why skin cancer in general is so common? Do people underestimate it?
I think that actually SPF use is definitely, even as compared to 10 years ago, is more widely accepted. I think being super tan is no longer kind of in style. People are really, educated about risks and dangers of sunburns, et cetera. A lot of melanoma is from cumulative UV exposure over time. So what you did as a kid is as important as what you're doing now. And I always tell people we can't go back in time. I, for example, was raised in Louisiana. I've had numerous blistering sunburns as a kid, and I can't erase that history. So the important thing is really, we know now that sunscreen is helpful at reducing UV exposure. And we know that most cases of skin cancer are related to, cumulative UV exposure and UV damage. And so certainly, I guess I'll just make a little plug for sunscreen. The American Academy of Dermatology recommends 30 or higher. And ideally, if you are going to be in the sun for a prolonged period of time, we would love for you to be reapplying every 2 hours, every time you kind of get out of the water. Even if your sunscreen says it's waterproof, we know that it's better to just, again, when in doubt, just reapply. And the last thing is spray sunscreens have become very popular, and they're great for kids and people on the go. And the one thing I always like to recommend and remind people is those spray sunscreens do need to be rubbed in. So spray it, certainly, but you can't just like mist it and walk through it. You really want to rub it in.
There is an anti-sunscreen movement, social media helping to fuel that, with influencers telling people they're slathering themselves in chemicals and blocking the healing rays of the sun, possibly even not letting in vitamin D. Is there any truth to any of that?
Well, what we do know is that sunscreen helps to reduce UV damage, and that UV damage causes cancer. We do know that for sure. We also know that, people have been using sunscreen for years, and now we have sunscreens that are both, chemical. There are chemical sunscreens that I guess historically have rubbed in better, and so they're a little more cosmetically elegant. But in the last 5+ years or so, there are now a lot of mineral-based sunscreens that are more, zinc and titanium-based, that are very elegant, very nice to rub in. You can absolutely wear them daily. And certainly those are not toxic. Yes, wearing sunscreen or living at northern latitudes where we're not getting as much sun can reduce your vitamin D levels. And not having any sun certainly can cause vitamin D deficiency. But there are also much healthier ways to replace vitamin D. That is certainly, we know with factual data, is safer than, allowing yourself to sit out and get sunburned. Likewise, tanning beds, indoor tanning. I have a lot of patients that say, oh, my vitamin D is low. And so I saw online it should tan. There is really nothing worse for your skin than indoor tanning. And certainly we know that indoor tanning is a huge independent risk factor for all types of skin cancer, including melanoma. So as with all things with social media and influencers, it's best to get your information from a board-certified dermatologist or a reputable website like the American Cancer Foundation or the American Academy of Dermatology. Those recommendations have good data behind them.
Now, I know you've said definitely there's no such thing as healthy in a tanning bed, but is there any such thing as a safe tan in general? Because obviously a lot of people love outdoor activity, and maybe some still want to be sun-kissed, if you will. Is it okay as long as they are using some sunscreen? Is there any level of, getting any kind of color from the sun that's you would consider safe?
I mean, you have to live your life. It is important to enjoy the great outdoors. It is important to, have fun in the summer, and you certainly can't live your life indoors. That would be crazy. So you're going to get incidental sun exposure, absolutely. And with any sun exposure, your skin, the response to that sun exposure and the UV damage is to get darker. And the pigment that presents as a tan is actually your body's way of kind of trying to protect itself a little bit more from further UV damage. That being said, yes, I mean, it would be impossible to never get color. And so I always tell people, you do your best. You have to live a happy and healthy life, but, wear sunscreen, try to seek shade when possible. And we don't want people sitting out with the goal of getting a tan, because certainly sunburns, suntans are technically a sign of UV damage. A little note just about spray tans. Spray tans are absolutely safe. They're really just kind of sugar residue that makes your skin look darker. That's very safe. We don't inhale if you're at a spray tan booth. We don't want you to inhale that into your lungs. But in terms of what it's doing on the skin, it's very safe. The big myth there is that quote unquote tan is not providing you with any added sun protection. So a lot of people, go out and they think they have this kind of quote unquote base tan. And so now they're not as likely to get burned. Well, that you will not experienced that phenomenon with a spray tan.
I know the group you work with, Impact Melanoma, has a variety of programs, including free sunscreen dispensers, to try to help prevent skin cancer and raise awareness.
You know, the foundation in general kind of has three core missions. So it's educating the public about the dangers of melanoma and skin cancer in general. They also provide support to people who have been diagnosed, which is a wonderful program that often can buddy you up with someone who's in your shoes. And in addition, they also are doing a lot of these projects, as I said, that have gone from local distribution of sunscreen and public spaces. Again, that started here in Boston, and now is a project that's, you know, across the country. I think now there's like 13,000 sunscreen dispensers in parks and public spaces to kind of encourage people to wear sunscreen when they're out and about. And they've also helped to put up shade structures and, you know, fundraise to help with both portable and long-term shade structures in public parks and youth centers, schools, et cetera.
If people want more information about melanoma, sun safety, or your group, where can they find it?
Sure. So Impact Melanoma is an organization I've been doing work with for many, many years, and I'm on their medical advisory board. They have some wonderful initiatives. And again, the best way to get involved there is impactmelanoma.org. And the American Academy of Dermatology, so that's AAD.org. And they have a whole area on their website for the patients and the public. And it's all, you know, again, up-to-date factual information that's backed by data, science, and literature. And so I would strongly recommend getting your information there rather than people on TikTok.
Dr. Emily Wise, thank you very much for your time.
You are so welcome. Take care.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe easy.
Cue the fireworks and celebrate Independence Day with the Omaha Steaks 4th of July sale. Save 50% off site-wide and fire up the perfect backyard cookout with tender steaks, juicy burgers, deli-style franks, and more family favorites. Shop today at omahasteaks.com and score an extra $30 off when you use promo code SIZZLE at checkout. Plus, every purchase is backed by their unconditional money-back guarantee. Hurry, because this offer won't last long. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code SIZZLE at checkout.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
This July 4th, hear the boom of the fireworks, the sizzling of your grill, and the sigh of joy at the first sight of your brand new kitchen. Thanks to dynamite deals at Colonial Marble and Granite. Now enjoy $0 down and 0% monthly interest for 18 months with the purchase of a marble, granite, or quartz kitchen countertop during our Independence Day sale. Visit any Colonial showroom to discover our dazzling variety of natural and engineered stone and take advantage of these deals. But hurry, while liberty is everlasting, our sale ends on July 8th. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore,
You breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Supreme Court expected to rule today on a claim by former President Trump that presidential immunity shields him from prosecution in his election interference case.
The Supreme Court heard arguments in April. Regardless of the ruling, the proceedings have diminished the possibility that Trump will stand trial on this case before the November election.
Fox's Madeline Rivera, President Biden meeting over the weekend to discuss whether to remain in the race after last week's debate, as several newspapers have been calling on him to drop out. But Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman tells Fox's Shannon Bream on Fox News Sunday.
That whole abandoned Biden thing, that's the dumbest I've ever heard. I mean, if you are more inclined to vote for a Democrat or be a Democrat, if you're willing to walk away from Joe Biden, you're by defecting helping Trump.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Joey Logano won the NASCAR Ally 400 at Nashville after 5 restarts and 31 extra laps in overtime. George Russell took the Formula One Austrian Grand Prix. The Florida Panthers held their Stanley Cup victory parade despite rainy weather in Fort Lauderdale. This is day 1 at Wimbledon. Carlos Alcaraz is the defending men's champ. Marquetta Vonderosa took last year's women's crown. NBA James Harden is returning to the LA Clippers. His 2-year deal is worth $70 million. The Golden State Warriors are waiving Chris Paul, while Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is moving on to the Orlando Magic. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's not if, and it will take more time, but it's only a matter of time before Live Golf and the Live Tour take over. Number one, the money being made. You know, the Saudi money. The money is there. It's crazy. And 2 sellout crowds back-to-back on Saturday and Sunday would probably say the same thing. What I did see, Chad, was Bryson DeChambeau bring the U.S. Open trophy with him and then contend for the championship in Nashville. I saw star power throughout. I saw fan engagement. This is going to latch on as more and more fans across the country go to live events. The pace of play is fast. It's a shotgun start. The other aspect to it is it's the star power. You're not seeing a lower level of golf like everyone wants you to believe. Every group, for the most part, has a player that you've heard of or you've seen contend or has a major champion in it. That's huge.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ Diet or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
DeRoy Murdoch.
What's on your mind?
President Donald J. Trump should select U.S. Senator Tim Scott, Republican of South Carolina, as his running mate. Trump-Scott 2024 would be a juggernaut. Scott would serve Trump ably as vice president. He's well-positioned to step in for Trump should he become sidelined. Long before any of that, this duo must get elected. Here, Scott looks uniquely promising. A May 16th Harvard-Harris survey of 1,660 registered voters discovered that among 7 potential VP choices, Scott is the only one who makes Americans more likely to back Trump by an additional 6%. Senator Marco Rubio, Republican of Florida, with 0% does not move the needle. Governor Doug Burgum, Republican of North Dakota, curbs enthusiasm for Trump by 6%. Scott's broad appeal across the Palmetto State's cities, suburbs, and rural towns helps explain why he regularly outperforms other top statewide Republican contenders. While Scott was a low-key presidential candidate, he has been one of Trump's best surrogates. Tim Scott is upbeat, energetic, informative, and persuasive. Those qualities will serve Trump well in the hustings via Scott's debate with Kamala Harris and as Trump's chief advocate as 50th Vice President of the United States. Tim Scott's experience in the House and Senate, his work as ranking Republican on the Senate Banking Committee, and author of the Opportunity Zones and related tax cuts that he has sponsored or endorsed, make him the right man to help President Trump push the Make America Great Again agenda through Congress. While South Carolina's 9 electoral votes have not gone Democrat since 1976, Scott could attract far more electoral votes elsewhere. The mere presence of Tim Scott on the GOP ticket would consolidate the recent rightward shift of black voters. Scott would solidify and enhance the 20% or so of the black vote that consistently has backed Trump in polls since last fall. Trump-Scott could secure 25% of the black vote. 35% no longer seems beyond imagination. If that many black Americans also vote GOP down ballot, Republicans should keep the House and capture the Senate from New York's Chuck Schumer and the Biden Democrats. Stylistically, Scott would be the cream in Trump's coffee. While some people find the former president a tad hot and strong, Scott is relaxed and soothing. Stirred together, these two would make a fine blend and complement each other, as running mates and governing partners should. Given his personal integrity, legislative experience, increasingly polished rhetorical skills, and everything he would gain while riding shotgun to Trump, Tim Scott would make a suitable successor to the 45th and 47th President of the United States. America's future would be quite bright indeed if, on January 20th, 2029, President Donald J. Trump hands the keys to the White House to President-elect Tim Scott. I'm DeRoy Murdoch.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment has filed for bankruptcy. It failed to outrun a heavy debt load. It's a seller of self-help book, film, and TV content, and the filing for Chapter 11 helps it keep operating while it works on a plan to repay creditors. Chicken Soup, originally named after its feel-good books. Court papers show Connecticut-based companies struggled after buying DVD rental company Redbox in 2022. When the opening bell sounds, we'll be heading in the second half of the year with some headwinds. Inflation does show signs of cooling, but so is the economy, and that highlights the Fed's challenge of subduing prices without causing a downturn. And Eagles singer Don Henley wants his notes back. He's filed suit seeking the return of handwritten notes and song lyrics from the band's hit album Hotel California. The Eagles co-founder maintains the pages were stolen and had vowed to pursue a lawsuit when the criminal case was dropped. 3 collectibles experts are accused of scheming to sell the documents. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, July 1st. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting with us for the next 3 mornings before we get to the July 4th holiday break. And Stalker's on vacation for the next 2 weeks, so we've got our buddy, our pal, Dan Borowski in from The Dom Show. In for Greg this morning on the board. How you doing?
Dan.
Nice to see y'all. Nice to see you. Now, Dawn, how are you? How was your weekend?
Great weekend. David qualified for the Junior Olympics.
Beautiful.
So that was good. We dodged the storms yesterday. That was a nightmare.
It was a nightmare. Power going out at my apartment, no internet. Tell you what, you lose internet, you lose power, you lose your ability to put on a TV. Even at 40 years old, I still freak out. Sean, how you doing, buddy? Good to have you back.
Oh, so happy to be back. It was a busy weekend. Just got home yesterday, late last night from Washington State, spoke at an event. The Cowlitz County Republican Party out there in Washington State, they are working so hard. And I got to tell you, there's a very, very strong candidate, a congressional hopeful out there in Washington's 3rd congressional district. I know we're talking all the way on the other side of the country, but this guy, Joe Kent, he is running for Congress. He lost last year by less than a percentage, not last year, last cycle, by less than a percentage point. This man's going to win, and this is the type of person now we want in Congress. So it was a pleasure to be out there in Washington State. Happy I survived Southwest Airlines chaotic boarding issues, where you can sit wherever the hell you want. Back in Tennessee, back ready to rock and roll, back on Kayal and Company. Life is good. Woo! Let's go.
Let's do it. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to on the show today. The big take this morning, a completely different Joe Biden at a Friday rally in Raleigh, North Carolina. We'll get to that. Also, all of these little tidbits starting to come out to further smear Joe Biden, so to speak, his schedule, how he was inept at a G7 summit meeting. We'll get to all of that. And, of course, another big monumental SCOTUS ruling came down after we got off the air on Friday with January 6th prisoners. It's also a victory for Donald Trump. And, of course, we are on immunity watch today. My guess is it will break during the Dawn Show this morning. Also, Tractor Supply ditches DEI. We'll get to that story. The cut sheet is loaded. And while Sean left Nashville, Hawk Tuah girl got on stage in Nashville on Saturday night.
Woo!
Yes.
Hawk Tuah.
And you're not talking about Kamala Harris, are you?
No, it's a different Hawk Tuah. Hawk Tuah.
She's the original Hawk Tuah girl. She was the Hawk Tuah girl before it was cool. So there you go. Just ask Montel Williams, he'll tell you.
Back of an Escalade, right? Or was that a different person?
No, that's Nikki Haley. That's a different Hawk Tuah girl.
I lose track.
Those are the escapades and the Escalades, okay? That's the different story.
And we might have Donald Trump make a few cameos throughout the show in bits and pieces this
I
morning.
think so.
Yes, indeed. All right, before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. 6:03, round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Monday morning, July 1st, 64 degrees right now. We are heating up to 82 degrees, and we are sponsored this morning in Kayal & Company News Live by Budget Blinds. In the news today, a lot of travelers and hundreds of headaches, hundreds of delays, hundreds of cancellations. Yeah, I'm talking about PHL, Philadelphia International Airport. What a hot mess at the airport right now as I speak. Baggage piling up once again at Philadelphia International Airport. Frustrated passengers expressing how all the weather yesterday disrupted their holiday travel. So the stormy weather that moved through causing that domino effect at the airport, much like the ones we saw 1 week ago. Here's the problem. TSA saying it's preparing for what it believes to be the heaviest travel volumes that the agency has ever seen this week for the July 4th holiday. Passengers are still stuck in long customer lines, and that is, as of this morning, lost baggage or baggage piling up because of all the severe storms. And by the way, the storms that moved through last night, yes, causing a lot of power outages, causing a lot of damage, down trees. Be safe as you make your way in. Philadelphia headlines, 2 shot, 1 killed in separate shootings across Philadelphia, and that was just yesterday. An apartment fire also displays dozens of residents and pets in Port Richmond, and 2 teenagers were injured as they ran from the gunshots at a party that was in North Philadelphia. Perhaps one of the more violent ones that we saw, as there were 2 people shot yesterday early morning. But Philadelphia police saying in particular, the man that was killed in Northeast Philadelphia Sunday morning, he was shot in the head. The incident all started about 3:20 in the morning, 1400 block of Kerper Street. This is in the Northeast Philadelphia. Officers finding this 43-year-old man who was unresponsive in the road after he had been shot in the head, gunned down, and pronounced at the scene. This one under investigation. They're not giving us the identifying information on this victim, and nor do we know what led to this. What was the motive? Was he a robbery victim? Was he the target? Are we talking about gangs? Are we talking about drugs? Police officials say the investigation is ongoing, no arrests, and they're asking the community for help if you know anything involving this particular slang, particularly brutal one in Philadelphia. So we've got that going on. Let's talk about Upper Marion Township. Yeah, let's talk about the main line of Philadelphia. What happens today in the main line of Philadelphia, which is just outside the city limits? Well, they are implementing the no plastic fork rule.
No, I've had enough of those.
Use your fingers.
Yeah. You know what? Enough of these plastic utensils, folks.
Come on. Fingers.
Finger food.
Where's Governor Ron DeSantis when we need him,
Mustard.
Didn't they say that in the Navy, like you
used to eat pudding with his fingers.
Right?
Yeah. Sometimes when I've had a few too many pops, I just open up the pudding wrapper and I just squeeze the tube down my gullet.
By the way, I think that's what Joe Biden does now. He eats pudding with his hands. Pretty sure. Not a joke.
No,
Not a joke.
Jill spoon feeds him. Let's be honest.
So does the mainstream media and everybody else.
When he's not taking it through a feeding tube, probably.
Oh, my gosh. Well, this is Montgomery County. We knew this was happening, that it was coming. Montgomery County Township. No longer are you allowed to get those plastic utensils when you get to-go food, and this includes all restaurants and bars. No plastic forks or spoons or plastic knives will be used, whether you're dining in or out at the establishment. This is because of this single-use product regulation ordinance, by the way, makes it so that businesses, if they give out any plastic utensils, well, they could face fines from $50 to $250 for non-compliance.
Oh, God forbid. Well, that sounds real punitive, Dawn. Yeah. Talk about a deterrent. We're going to whack you a 50 spot. I give the story every time we talk about the reduction in plastic. When I was down in Tennessee for 4.5 years, get back up here 2 summers ago, go to a Wawa across the bridge in New Jersey, grab 2 Gatorades and a bag of beef jerky for my round of golf. And she's just staring at me as I check out. I'm like, can you put that in a bag, please? She goes, yeah, we don't do plastic bags anymore. My head almost, I'm like, what do you mean you don't do plastic bags anymore?
No more plastic bags.
It's outrageous.
And And look, once it's on the main line, it's going to be everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, maybe carry your chopsticks with you. Or
I'm going to bring some fine china with me.
You know,
China.
And let's talk a little bit, just some sports headlines, forecast. Overnight, while you are sleeping, free agent forward Paul George agreeing on a 4-year, $212 million max contract with our own Philadelphia 76ers. ESPN, I think, was the first one to break this, but George's deal, which sources say includes a player option on the final season, which will be 2027-28, brings him back to the Eastern Conference to partner with MVP center Joel Embiid, All-Star guard Tyrese Maxey, in pursuit, of course, of booting the Boston Celtics and winning the NBA championship.
So 4 years, $251 million, slightly less than I just received, but he'll still eat quite well.
Are you still dreaming?
Yes.
You're still sleeping?
Yes, Dawn. The American dream thrives only in my head.
But Paul George, I mean, that's huge. That's exciting. Paul George, star coming in. Speaking of stars, Bryce Harper, obviously still on the injury list, but you got to talk about where to vote next. The next phase of voting, it just opened yesterday, and 6 more Phillies, Trey Turner, Alec Boehm, Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, Brandon Marsh, and Nick Castellanos. So you have until July 3rd for the All-Star voting. Bryce Harper, obviously, he already, I think, has the most votes across all positions in the National League so far for the All-Stars.
I'm told Republican Phillies fans have taken advantage of mail-in votes this year.
I was just about to ask, can we vote by mail? I mean, we're on the same page. It's pretty good.
Well, they say that you got every vote counts, so voting is only open for the 4 days. So please, I don't know, can you vote often?
I think you can submit as many ballots as you want. Yeah, it's like, if you're a dead Democrat, you can vote 5 times.
You know what's weird? I think the dead vote in the All-Star voting is lower than the dead vote in presidential elections, which is weird. You know? I'm not sure what's going on.
Especially here in Philadelphia. All right, we are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring us on this Monday morning where we'll see 82 degrees as the high today. Just a beautiful day. We will be warming up tomorrow and Wednesday, 85 degrees, and then a change in the forecast we'll be talking about for the big July 4th holiday this Thursday. We'll talk about that moving forward. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:11 here on this Monday morning. Let's kick off the week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning. Bounce back Biden? Well, what a difference 36 hours can make. Or maybe not. Thursday night on CNN, President Joe Biden was an unmitigated low-energy disaster as he took on Donald Trump in the first debate of the 2024 presidential election cycle. Here was No-Go Joe on Thursday night at the debate. Listen and watch this.
Very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's.
Millionaires, billionaires, trillionaires, who cares? Coughing, clearing his throat, losing his train of thought, and completely derailing before all of America to see. Fast forward one day later, after we get off the air on Friday on Kayal and Company, Joe Biden was in Raleigh, North Carolina for a Friday rally, and suddenly, miraculously, he was State of the Union shouting Joe, but still an incoherent mess. Listen and watch this.
Donald Trump says he thinks overturning Roe v. Wade was a beautiful thing. My son was one of those people. Not a woman in the debate. Folks, look. I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. America bows to no one. No one ever. Because I intend to win this state in November. You're going to see that. I stand here today, I can honestly say I'm never more optimistic about America's future in my whole career.
Something in there about Roe v. Wade winning a state he trails by 10 points, and according to most polls, and then the fake handshake to the air, capped off, of course, by the patented Biden shuffle. I guess those alleged drugs, they just took a day to kick in. And how about the crowd? That's weird. Most of his rallies are the size of a fourth grade spelling bee. But was that a bounce back moment for Biden? Or is it too little, too late? It would appear that it's too little, too late, and for a multitude of reasons. First of all, 51 million Americans saw him go off the deep end Thursday night, ratings coming in, and congrats to Stocker, who was the closest in our Guess the Ratings game. Dawn had projected 79 million. I was at 74. Stocker said 40 million. It was 51 million over the combination of anywhere between 17 and 22 different networks that carried CNN's simulcast. A major victory for CNN. In fact, it was their highest rated telecast of all time. But comparing 2024 to Biden v. Trump in 2020, which drew 73 million viewers, and Trump v. Hillary in 2016, which was the most watched debate of all time with 84 million viewers, you can argue it was a ratings dud. But here's the silver lining for Trump and Republicans. While most of America has already made up their mind, it was the swing states that were paying attention on Thursday night. According to Michael Mulvihill, ratings analyst for Fox Television, here were the top 10 rated markets for the debate. Number 1, West Palm, Florida. They drew a 36 share. Obviously, Trump country. Florida is not really in play for Biden, so that doesn't matter. But the next 9 really do. Number 2, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, pulled in the 31 share. Minneapolis, Minnesota, number 3 with a 30 share. Atlanta, Georgia, number 4 with a 29 share. Coming in at 5 was Orlando, Florida, a 29 share. Right here in our own backyard, Philadelphia came in at number 6, a 29 share. Hartford, Connecticut, number 7, also with a 29. Number 8, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a 29 share. Number 9, New York City, a 28 share. And rounding out the top 10 was Detroit, Michigan, with a 28 share. But I want people to think about that for a moment. 4 of the top 10 markets came from battleground states, 2 of which are right here in Pennsylvania, where we know the 2 anchor cities of the state vote Democrat, but largely the rest of the state votes Republican. Pennsylvania with 2 cities, Georgia with a city, Michigan with a city, and Wisconsin with a city. This election largely hinges on the 3 Big Ten states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And of course, Georgia is a major player as well. Translation, those who needed to see the debate saw it, and the betting market has responded accordingly. According to Polymarket, pre-debate, Trump held a 25-point lead in the offshore gambling market, 59% to 34%. Post-debate, that number skyrocketed by 17 points, where Donald Trump now holds, get ready for this, a 42-point lead, 65% to 23%. But for all of those people screaming, ditch Joe, it's highly unlikely that the Democrats will do that. And here's why. It's apparently too late for the Democrats to bump Joe in key battleground states. Biden cannot be removed from the ballot in Wisconsin. The same thing applies to Nevada. Friday, June 28th was the deadline to yank him there. And those are 2 swing states right off the top. In Georgia, the site of the debate, the Democrats only have a few weeks left to yank him from the ballot. And this reporting is courtesy of the Heritage Oversight Project in a story from the Daily Mail. According to the report, Wisconsin does not allow ballot withdrawal for any reason other than death. Also with Georgia, if Biden were to WD less than 60 days before the election, Georgia has to keep Biden's name on the ballot, but no votes for Biden would be counted. That is huge. And the second leg of this major roadblock to kicking Biden to the curb is this. The big guy's campaign funds can only be transferred to Kamala Harris. All of those fundraisers with all the elitists in Hollywood, all of the millions upon millions of dollars, cannot go to Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, Pritzker, Bashir, nobody else under the sun. Only to the Vice President Kamala Harris, who polls lower than Joe. And we're just 2 weeks away from the RNC convention and a mere 6 weeks from the DNC convention. The next debate is not until September. But at this very moment in time, the Democrats are in complete disarray, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And that's just fine by me. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. You can fire up the YouTube chat right now. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT and hit the like and subscribe button. We'll come back, get Dawn and Sean's thoughts to Biden's appearance on Friday, and also all of the logistics and the political gymnastics and maneuvering that the Dems are going to have to try to figure out here in the next couple of weeks. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ready? Go.
Okay, doctor.
Operation.
No, the most amazing care.
They changed my life. Kindness Hospital for Children! Because people just like you, kids like me, can play in the game of life. Thank you! Go to loveshriners.org right away. Thank you!
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
JT Realmuto deserves your vote.
Towering home run for JT.
He is a finalist for this year's All-Star Game. Vote once daily now through Wednesday, July 3rd at noon at Phillies.com/vote to send him to Texas. Brandon Marsh deserves your vote.
It's an RBI double for Brother Marsh.
He is a finalist for this year's All-Star Game. Vote once daily now through Wednesday, July 3rd at noon at Phillies.com/vote to send him to Texas.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I'd like to invite you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar this Wednesday, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work this Wednesday. Come on, it's Independence Day. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The fields of Eden are full of trash.
624. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Monday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish is in this morning. Our buddy Dan from the Dom Show joining us as Greg Stocker's got the next couple of weeks off. Maybe you have the entire week off.
Nobody cares.
Yes, nobody cares. I didn't play that. That was Dan, by the way.
Stop it. Stop it.
So this is interesting. I want to get everybody's thoughts on this. It's amazing. You know, you figure, okay, the debate's over Thursday. We do our reaction show. Sean, you were with us for close to an hour and a half on Friday, and we're breaking down everything that transpired on television Thursday night. And then you think, oh, maybe a little bit of a slow weekend, or at least we had already talked about it, and all the weekend shows would just regurgitate what everybody saw Thursday and Friday. But no, there's been a slew of new information, new leaks, really damaging and kind of digging the dagger a little bit further in with Joe Biden. I think the Democrats want to ditch him, but apparently, according to reports in key states, they can't. There's restrictions on the funds being transferred to only Kamala Harris. And then, of course, you have the family dynamic of Joe, Jill, and Hunter and the power that they are desperately clinging to. Dawn, your thoughts as to what transpired over the weekend and how Friday, Joe all of a sudden had like a different level of energy that he was clearly lacking on Thursday night. Did they give him a placebo on Thursday? What did they do here?
It's weird. The whole thing is strange, and the reports that, you know, he and Jill went back to Camp David, that Hunter Biden suddenly is his biggest consultant. Maybe Hunter had the good stuff. You know what I mean? Should have checked in with him before the big debate. What strikes me about this, and the New York Times and all these editorials, and that they're all panicked. They're not panicked about what we've been talking about the economy that's horrifying, or the grocery store every time you go, or what about all the crime, or what about these abductions and the femicide that's happening across America with girls and women being grabbed, abducted, raped by predators, murdered in some cases that we've talked about. They're not panicked about any of that. That's what boils my blood.
Mm-hmm.
They're not mad about that. They're not all going crazy over that and getting together and saying, how can we solve this? The only thing they care about is, oh no, we might lose November. And then on top of it, what they're really worried about when they're a bureaucrat is, ruh-roh, I might lose my sweet gig that I've been zooming in half the time.
Yep.
It's infuriating. It just shows me they don't care. They don't care about us, the crime, the state of what a hot mess we're in. They care. It's all about them.
Mm-hmm. It's all about power, and it's all about keeping Trump out. Sean Farish, your thoughts as to what transpired since we got off the air Friday?
Yeah, I've been locked in on the Supreme Court and the 1512 overturning of that application of that law on the J6 crimes. I mean, there have been so many January 6 defendants that have been railroaded by the, disingenuous application and malicious application of 18 USC Section 1512, which is the obstruction of an official proceeding. And then you look at all of the other developments with Biden. What happened on Friday? Why was he so energetic? A lot of people are commenting. They were doing this on X. They're telling me, from folks who have suffered and taken care of people with dementia, it's something called sundowner syndrome, and it's kind of weird when certain hours of the day, a dementia patient, someone suffering from that horrible disease, it's a horrible disease, will lose their cognitive ability at that point in time in the day. So, when you say, quote unquote, it's past Joe's bedtime, there literally is like a cutoff. And we've seen this version of Joe Biden before when he confused Egypt and Mexico. It was the exact same version of Joe Biden. And the exact same thing happened the day after he had that disastrous press conference where he was defending his mental acuity. The Hur tapes were the Robert Hur transcript came out, the special counsel report. They called him an old man with a failing memory or whatever terminology they used. But that was the idea. We've seen that version of Joe before. Right. So, and that was another indication and another example of, late at night, all of a sudden, he can't do it. Doesn't matter what you pump into his system, he can't do it. And, I don't know why he agreed to a debate at 9:00 Eastern time. You can ask all of those questions. Was it a hit job? I don't know if it was really a hit job. I think the Democrats know they're stuck and they're kind of just going with it now. And they're going to try and cover up for him however they can, because you mentioned there's all those restrictions on the funds, and yes, they can move it around into different PACs, and they can form leadership committees and transfer the money out that way. So they'll be able to get the money out if they remove them. But ballot access, all those legal challenges, I just don't see how they're going to be able to do it. There's a lot of people who are dead set that Joe Biden's not going to be the nominee. And I'm not going to say I'm dead set on the opposite. I'm going to say until you can prove to me that Jill Biden and then Kamala Harris will reasonably step aside and relinquish power to somebody else, if you can't prove that that's going to happen, I don't care what you think about Joe. And it's time for everyone to stop talking about Michelle Obama, I think, because it's just not going to happen. She's not going to be the one. You could take that to the bank.
The only way the only way they can get rid of Joe is to get rid of Jill. And the only way to get rid of Jill is to have Hillary kill her.
Yeah, I mean, Jill Biden, you're right. Jill Biden has to come out and put a tweet up and say, I have compromising material on Hillary Clinton. That gets rid of Joe. That gets rid of Jill. Yeah. Now Hillary has to Kamala probably has to tweet that too, so she's out of the way.
Right.
Hillary's going to have to rack up 3 more bodies, and then she can run for president.
But all jokes aside, Joe Biden, I'm seeing this story here in this exclusive from Axios about how at certain points of the day he starts to diminish. And I'm looking at this Biden schedule. He basically only operates where he is, quote, dependably engaged. And I don't even think he's dependably engaged between these hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We've all
Does that mean he wears Depends? Does that mean he wears Depends?
Yes, Pampers, you name it. Diapers,
the Pampers president.
The Pampers president.
Right.
We've all been in broadcasting for a long time. Joe Biden, basically what Axios is telling us in this story is that Joe Biden is like a weak signal, weak powered AM radio station that once the sun goes down, you can't pick up the transmitter anywhere in the city. Well, we don't have to deal with that here at 1210 because we're 50,000 watt blowtorch. But I worked at many radio stations 15 years ago where when the clocks go back in November and it's dark at 5:15, you can't hear the station. That's our president right now. When the sun goes down, he goes kaput. It's staggering. I mean, I'm reading this here. From 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., he's dependably engaged. Many of his public events are held within those hours. Outside of that time range, according to Axios, or while traveling abroad, Biden is more likely to have verbal miscues and become fatigued. And we also saw that Jill was kind of helping him off the stage Thursday night. And then there's a Wall Street Journal exclusive over the weekend talking about Biden's mental ability, how it varied even within meetings at the U.S. and European summit. And he was the only world leader to miss the G7 dinner. So based on his schedule, we have to presume they didn't do an early bird dinner special. It was after 4 o'clock, and our president was too fatigued to attend the dinner in the evening hours.
It's nuts. That's nuts. And you're mentioning you keep saying when the sun goes down. I have the song from Kenny Chesney, Uncle Cracker, When the Sun Goes Down, playing in my head. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it funny and talk about Joe Biden. Everything gets hotter when the sun goes down. And I think it's like with Joe Biden, everything gets scary when the sun goes down, right? Because this guy it's true. The sun dips below the horizon, and Joe Biden literally powers down. It's like he's a solar-powered president, right? The sun goes down, and that's the end. He can't get the energy. No, this is crazy, right? I think Bongino's been talking about it a lot for like months. Like, check this dude's schedule out. There's nothing on it. He's the least busy president ever. He doesn't do anything, which obviously people could look at and go, well, it's clear he's not running a show. I don't care if someone else is pulling the strings. The fact of the matter is, legally, that man is the president of the United States, which means if the puppet master has to go to the bathroom and isn't on the strings, he's free reign, right? He's all over the place. We can't have that. We just can't.
Yep.
The fact that he's skipping dinners, whatever, it's the G7. I don't like it. But you're not supposed to skip the dinner. Right. If everyone else is there, just be there. The fact that you have people saying, oh, yeah, in meetings, he loses his mental capabilities. That's a problem. You can't be sitting in front at a table with Kim Jong-un and then drift off into dreamland. You just can't do that. You think Trump, I got along very well. We were always with Kim Jong-un, little rocket man, great guy. I got along very well with China. President Xi, we call him Winnie the Pooh because you can't say that in China. You get banned. We got along well. No mental drifting from me. Joe Biden's out there. He's eating pudding with his fingers. And next thing you know, he's talking to Kim Jong-un about missiles. I mean, what have we come to? This is a problem. This is a huge problem. But I think America sees it because holy moly, have we seen a shift in the polls and the sentiment in this country. I think it's great.
Phil, we're going to get to clip 2 here with Nancy Pelosi in a moment, so let's have that ready video-wise. But Wall Street Journal also saying with Joe Biden, his ability to perform and focus can vary hugely between meetings and even within the same meeting. 2 senior European officials cited last October in Washington where Biden had struggled to follow the discussions. Both said that he stumbled over his talking points and at several moments required Secretary of State Antony Blinken to intervene and point out the lines he should use. And and I've noticed over the weekend, they're so desperate, and they, as in Democrats and those on the far left, that they're now reverting back to he has a stutter. You shouldn't make fun of somebody for that. Folks, what we watched on Thursday night and on Friday, even though he had much more energy, but really not the same level of coherence either, it's not a stutter. It's I don't know if it's dementia, Parkinson's. We've heard many medical experts floating out 2, 3, 4 different possible cognitive decline issues. It's not to make a joke of them, but let's stop with the defending of it's a stutter. It is well beyond a stutter. Joe had that stutter in the 90s, okay? But Joe was with it, from a mental acuity standpoint 25, 30 years ago. You can just roll back the tape from when he started campaigning in 2019 and just watch video footage from 19 to 20 to 21 to 22 to 23 to 24. That's not a stutter. That is the decline of a human being, which is going to happen to all of us. And if we're all lucky enough to get to 81, odds are, unless you're Dawn's dad, we're going to start to decline a little bit. It's just human nature, but it's not a stutter. I'm tired of that defense, too.
Nick, it's not a stutter. It's a cold. He has a cold.
Yeah,
it's a cold. That's what they said.
That's the
because, we always get colds. And when we get colds, we crap ourselves, we fill our diapers, we fall, we drift off. Because, obviously a cold is a mental disease, not something that sits in your sinuses and, makes you miserable for a week or so. It cognitively impairs you. And this is how stupid they think we are. I'm like, really? Okay, so he was coughing and he was a little hoarse. Fine. That you could maybe attribute to a cold. However, I've never seen an athlete recover from a cold in 12 hours, let alone an 81-year-old guy with dementia and diapers, right? So this guy, they're telling us that it's a cold on the debate stage, and that's why everything was kind of off, and the president has a cold. So a cold and a stutter equals what we saw on Thursday. So he got over the cold and somehow got over the stutter on Friday in North Carolina. I'm not buying it. I'm thinking on Thursday someone grabbed the wrong bottle and it was too late for him. And that's what happened. But you're right though. It's not a stutter. It's clearly maybe it's the China virus. Who knows? It's clearly a cold. That's his big problem.
Yeah, and to your point, I think even if you looked at that after party when he came on stage with Jill Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, or Dr. Jill, as we're supposed to say, he seemed to be livened up. And even his voice sounded better, which is why many people wondered, when somebody has just a touch of dementia, what adds to it is stress, high stress moments. And of course, any one of us would be would be extremely stressed out in that debate when you know the nation is watching. Even if you look at the top, you look at Dana Bash. She looked like a deer in headlights when the show started. And I said to my husband, oh my gosh, she's nervous. Any normal person would be nervous, but that level of stress when you already have things going on, I think is going to supersize it. I think that's what happened to him. But just to bring it back locally, when you think about what this means down ticket, even in New Jersey, blue New Jersey, look at what's happening. A lot of excitement within the Republican Party. And I know for Andy Kim, who's a Democrat, their camp is reportedly very worried because now you have Curtis Bashaw, who's the Republican, who nobody thought had any chance. This is the Bob Menendez seat. All of a sudden, they're within 6 points. They're within striking distance. And so now you see this, and you talked, Sean, about being at an event. I think a lot of Republicans are being re-energized because of this.
Yeah.
Because of these polls, even though they're a snapshot, this really makes people feel, okay, we got to go in, we got to do what we can do, volunteer. It's just energizing everybody, not just a base that was already energized.
Well said.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. And then, of course, more of the panic and the fallout. We're going to get to Nancy Pelosi in just one moment. But according to CNN, there was a debate watch party in Los Angeles on Thursday night that featured Kamala Harris, her husband Doug Emhoff, J.B. Pritzker, Gretchen Whitmer, and Bashir, the governor from Kentucky, a Democrat in a red state that I know, Sean, you talked about a little bit on Friday, amongst other high-profile attendees, including Rob Reiner, meathead from All in the Family, who, according to CNN, was screaming about losing, and Jane Fonda had tears in her eyes, according to people in the room. 86-year-old, I just looked it up, Jane Fonda is 86, and all the Hollywood elites melting down over what could be watching their dream just dissolve before their eyes. They have such a disdain for Trump that they can't look at the facts and who was better and compare the two terms side by side, but it's just about power and it's about control, money, and dictating the narrative, and all of that just seems to be coming out of their grasp every day right now. That's the glorious part.
Yeah, it's funny to watch the left really, really come apart here. I mean, you saw right immediately after the debate, I wasn't expecting this, right? Van Jones basically in tears. I worked for Joe Biden. This is sad, and I can't believe what I witnessed. What do you mean you can't believe what you witnessed? Even when he had it, like quote unquote had it, right? Even in 2019, we all knew he was kind of going crazy. This is a dude in 2019, 2020 who campaigned and told you his legs were hairy and that he fought some dude named Corn Pop. How'd you miss that? Like, how did you miss that? The all of the different episodes that he had from the day he was sworn in to now, falling up the stairs, right? Falling off the bike, getting lost, walking off stage, reading the prompts on the teleprompter, asking where dead representatives are. Where's Jackie? Like, how'd you miss all of this to now be surprised and in complete dismay after Thursday night and not know that was a possibility? I didn't think we were going to see it that bad, but it was always a possibility. Van Jones kind of falling apart. Anderson Cooper grilling Kamala Harris. Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough on NBC almost got a divorce on live television. They had a huge disagreement. I mean, it is, but I have to tell you, they say schadenfreude and you're not supposed to root for other people's, dismay, and, you're not supposed to root for their inconvenience and all that stuff. It's not supposed to feel good for you. This feels good for me because these are horrible people. Yeah. All of the people I just mentioned are terrible human beings, right? And of course, that's my opinion. We may disagree. There may be some people, Van Jones isn't so bad. Yeah, he's pretty bad. You look at these people. That's the guy who said when Trump beat Hillary, it was a white lash, right? Talk about race baiting. You look at these people who are upset, Reiner, Fonda, all these people. Good. I'm happy they're upset. Now what I want to do, you have to have a killer instinct. And I'm speaking in a political sense, not a literal sense. So I don't need to hear from the media about the rhetoric. You need to have killer instinct at this point in time. They are very, very discouraged. Their morale is low. You have to keep your foot on their throats. You got to keep your foot on the gas. You cannot let up here, and you cannot have this compassion. There is no compassion for these people In my opinion, that's the approach we need to take. We got to go and run up the score. Remember when everyone got mad at Bill Belichick in the NFL for running up the score?
Yep.
Guess what? It's time to pull the Bill Belichick card and run up the score. No, don't go easy.
And deflate their balls.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
Dawn, you tell them.
Dawn, that's right, Dawn.
Lower those PSIs. Deflate those balls, baby. Let's get to clip two.
Your load.
Know your exactly. I can already tell
Poor
Dan.
Greg.
Dan loves my board. He's already went through about
Greg.
6
It's
drops.
fantastic. I love it.
40 minutes in. Let's get to Nancy Pelosi. This might be the greatest clip of the entire weekend as Nancy Pelosi claims that healthcare professionals say Donald Trump is actually the candidate with dementia before she has a senior moment of her own. The gaslighting is crazy. During an interview with CNN, Pelosi gaslit the American people before she was seen seizing up and apparently forgetting how to talk. Clip number 2, boys. Go ahead.
This is an opportunity for Joe Biden to go out there and show he has the stamina and the rest. And by the way, while the press, and for some reason they don't, there are healthcare professionals who think that Trump has dementia, that his connection, his thoughts do not go together. And, while he may be saying we're enablers, we see Joe Biden up close. We know how attuned he is to the issues, how informed he is. And I debate with him about legislation, and not debate, but discuss it with him. He's right there. So in any case, it was a bad night. Let's not sugarcoat that. It was a bad night. It was a great presidency.
If you're going to come on TV and call out somebody else cognitively, you can't have your brain go kaput on live television.
Yep.
And maybe Nancy Pelosi should join Joe.
Yeah, she needs to make sure that her teeth are locked in. It sounded like they were kind of look. I don't like that woman because she is an effective politician. You know, she's been very shrewd and very cunning in her entire career. But now I have a very hard time listening. She's like, you have to see Joe Biden vibrant. Shut up. So I'm going to listen to that and be sold on the fact that the guy that she's talking about, this woman is not vibrant, by the way. She's all over the place. She's spitting. I don't know what her microphone or whatever she uses looks like. It's probably soaked. Every time she speaks, she showers it in saliva. It's horrible. Listening to her, you see her lips, her eyebrows. She looks like she looks like Mrs. Potato Head, pieces of her body falling off all over the place. This woman she's a relic from the past.
She's older than Joe. She's 84.
Yes. And now, by the way, that's funny that she's 84 and is still with it. Joe is 81 and is nowhere close. And she's still somewhat with it. I wouldn't say totally with it. But you know what's crazy? She said, well, you have medical professionals who say Donald Trump isn't all there. Are these the same medical professionals who told you masks work during COVID? Because if they are, they can go F themselves. I'll just tell you that. Because I'm not going to believe a word. I'm not going to believe a word those people say. Who's it, Anthony Fauci? Donald Trump has dementia. Shut up. Send him back into, send him back to Hogwarts to go be the banker at whatever bank it is with the rest of the goblins over there in Harry Potter land. This is out of control. So she's going to pull this. Well, no, it's actually Trump with dementia, which is what the left always does, by the way. Yep. They always accuse Trump of what their problems are. Mm-hmm. So if they start really, really accusing Donald Trump of dementia, telling you, hey, what you saw on TV, you didn't actually see. It's actually Trump who struggled. Mm-hmm. Now you can realize the Democrats, they're just completely out of touch with everybody.
Yep. We'll get to your calls when we come back as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, it's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Monday, July, baby. 4th of July coming up in just a few days. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Down over the water, everything gets hotter when the sun goes down.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Life Surge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time national football champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's Life Surge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Half Price Hot Tub sale ends soon. Save an additional $500 and get our unique chemical-free system at 0% financing.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love. With flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop. The threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at spectrumwp.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
You know, July 1st kicks off road trip season, big time for many of us. But do you know if your vehicle is really road trip ready? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are always going to help make sure you and your family are safe on the roads this summer. The service centers of the Piazza Premium dealers not only handle all your regular maintenance stuff, but also diagnose possible issues before they can occur. That's important. Schedule a service appointment online today. Just go to piazzapremiumautomobiles.com for the dealer nearest you, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, PIAZZA, piazzapremiumautomobiles.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, 6:54. It's Kayal and Company putting a bow on the first hour here on a Monday morning. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour on the other side. The cut sheet just about 50 minutes away. Let's wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with your calls. 855-839-1210. Rob is in Moreland, Pennsylvania. Rob, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, and thanks for having me. I love your show. I just want to make a few quick points. To use Barack Obama and Hillary's words during their debates, is that when the 3 o'clock call comes and North Korea is testing missiles, is Joe Biden the one you want to wake up to make that rash decision of how to respond? There's things that the president is constitutionally bound to make the orders on. Anthony Blinken does not have the power to make those orders. So what is he doing? Duct taping Biden's hand and signing the orders for him? Is that the person you want across from the table from Xi and Putin and the rest of our allies supposedly negotiating our deals?
Nope.
Everybody wants him to be president. When our allies and our enemies want Joe Biden to be president, it's because he's weak.
Yep.
And he's going to be pliable.
The president will be asleep, and the vice president can't put together a paragraph in a speech without it being a word salad, like she's speaking to a bunch of 5-year-olds that have just enrolled in kindergarten. It's sad.
Yeah,
it's very sad.
You know, it's funny too. You know, everyone talks about Russia, right? They talk about how Putin and Trump have this relationship. When Vladimir Putin is on record, I don't understand why people don't talk about this. He said it like openly, no code, nothing, that he prefers Joe Biden to win over Trump.
Of course,
because he's predictable and tired.
Yes.
I'm sorry. No. Don't want to misquote him. Predictable and experienced, not tired. He called him experienced and predictable. And if you are go sports, right? If you're tipping your pitches, what happens? You get rocked. So Joe Biden's tipping his pitches, and we're getting rocked. It's that simple. It's literally that simple.
But I was told that Trump and Putin were buddies and they were boys and something needs to be investigated and Russia. Why, if Putin is such a good friend of Trump, why does Putin not want his buddy back in power? I've always said this. Of course. Trump is great at stroking the egos of world leaders. But as he once famously said, if you F around with us, we will do things to you that you never thought was possible. And I think that's what Dawn always talks about with peace through strength. You know, he rules with an iron fist. He gives you some rope. He'll coddle you. He'll stroke your ego. But if you go too far, he's going to crush you. And I think that's exactly what you always illustrate every week, Dawn.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is when Trump is talking about his record and then Biden or the media questions it. If you had that record, you look at pre-pandemic and look at the numbers and how great it really was. I mean, just look at it. Look at the facts and look at the history. If you're DJT and you're standing on a stage, part of you has to be ready for the fact that you're going to be slapped with all of this disinformation right in public, out in public. And part of it is I think he just thinks, are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. In any other situation, sports or business, it would just never happen.
Right.
And that's the weird part of this that I think for Trump, actually, who's a media guy, has to get over that. I think he has to understand the face of this.
Yeah.
And how I was amazed, and I shouldn't be, but even the next day, people were saying what a liar Trump was. There was Biden saying things such as denying Abbeygate, denying Afghanistan. I mean, stuff that was outrageous and not acknowledged.
Yep.
And so I think that for that piece of it, what Trump has to be armed with is one-liners, Reagan-esque one-liners, or details, factoids.
Yep.
To rattle off those numbers, like Vivek Ramaswamy would, right? To just rattle off some numbers.
Ramaswamy.
And be ready with that.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We'll continue with your calls. On the other side, Dawn has some news to kick off hour number 2. Also, James Carville says Joe will not be on the ballot Election Day. We'll get to that. And no matter who they seem to insert, the polls show Trump beats every one of them, including one here in Pennsylvania. Back after this with hour 2 of Kayal and Company.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchuk, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The ride you want is what we've got. So, drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Come to Turnersville and get incredible zero-down lease deals on a massive inventory of new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks. That's right. Save big with special zero-down lease deals at Turnersville. The ride you want is what we've got. So, drive a little, save a lot. TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people
across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild ready for back to school. The summer is a great time to call Kathy Ganna and METC. Get a game plan in place for a great start to the new school year. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy today at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. And now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at METC.com. Call METC's tutoring studio today at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Steve Nevin, yeah.
7:04, hour number 2 is underway. It's Kayal and Company here on this Monday morning. Mikhail, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. Today we've got Phil handling all the video and, of course, Dan running the board. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. You can get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch the show live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. We'll get to Dawn's news in just a moment. Also, still ahead, we're going to do a segment on the J6 SCOTUS case that was heard on Friday. Also, SCOTUS with a busy day today as presidential immunity will be coming down. We will find out how the Supreme Court rules in that case as well. And then also coming up in the third and the fourth hour of the show after the cut sheet, a handful of good stories, including one major company ditching DEI. And I hope that this is kind of the beginning of a snowball effect with some of these big corporations. So all of that still on the docket this morning, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Monday morning, July 1st, sponsored by United Tire. Many across our region, including down the shore, cleaning up after some serious flooding, those storms that struck yesterday. I'm talking about Ocean City, West Ave, a lot of flooding down the shore and across our region in Delaware and Chester counties in Pennsylvania. Rain falling at quite a quick clip. Some high winds whipping through, dragging down tree branches. Police forced to close off streets that were impassable. And this morning, as we think about still cleaning out storm drains, cleaning out down trees, down wires. And yes, some people are left, unfortunately, with some power outages across our region. So following that one, we've talked about the fact that at PHL, Philadelphia International Airport, well, the lines are long after hundreds of flights were forced cancellations yesterday and hundreds of delays due to those storms, severe storms moving through, and then the domino impact of that. So working through that one as TSA is expecting Thursday, July 4th, leading up to this, the busiest week they've seen in a very long time post-pandemic. So we're watching that very carefully this morning. Other news, well, Philadelphia police, unfortunately, dealing with a lot of multiple shootings, some deadly over the weekend, investigating after a man was killed in Northeast Philadelphia. This happened yesterday morning, I should say. He was shot in the head on Kerper Street in the Northeast. 43-year-old man, unresponsive. They found him there. They were called there, and we don't have any word of his identity, what the possible motive was here, who was involved, no suspects. They're investigating. That's the official word. And then we have a 28-year-old woman. This was this was about an hour before the 40-some-year-old man was shot. 28-year-old woman shot in the face about 3 miles away, 4700 block of Longshore Avenue. She's in the hospital recovering in stable condition. No arrests on that one. No motive given. No identity on her either.
I mean, stable condition after being shot in the face.
In the face.
Thank God we have such bad aim in this city. Because when you get
bad
shot
aim
in the
and good
face,
doctors.
Yeah, good doctors, right? And police now that operate and double as paramedics that basically just rush you to the hospital because there's no time to waste. There's no time to wait for the ambulance to arrive in 8 minutes or 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy. We also had 2 teenagers injured as they were running from gunshots at a party in North Philadelphia. So kind of a crazy weekend for police. Still investigating all of those. So we want to follow those for you as well. Today, July 1st, something new, and some are saying this is first in the nation. Vehicles with illegal tinted windows, more than 70% visible light transmittance, will be subject to a $100 parking ticket.
Wow.
So they're focusing on parked vehicles, not necessarily pulling you over, because remember, that would contradict our laws that say, it's a violation of your civil rights.
Profiling me.
Right.
Right.
You can't profile. It's a violation of your civil rights if somebody pulls you over and you have, don't have a license plate or you have tinted windows. So they're going to focus on vehicles who are parked, especially in Center City, that have slightly darker tinted windows.
Could you imagine how much tax money or revenue the city could generate just by doing what you're saying, Dawn? Just going around, and not just in Center City, but throughout the entire precinct, the entire jurisdiction, for every vehicle that is over 70% tint. I mean, you could create countless new jobs with all that money.
Yeah, it's true. But in this one, it's important to note that they're focusing on parked vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not talking about pulling you over.
We avoid any confrontation.
Yep. And basically it's they do this. The $100 fine is remember when your inspection sticker, if your inspection sticker was expired, they would do this one too. So they especially, this is PPA, so especially up and down Market Street, business, shopping, that's where they're going to target.
By the way, who still tints their windows in 2024? Like, that was a thing that was like something that happened at the turn of the century, right? Like, nowadays, brand new cars or anything in the last 7, 8, 10 years, they come with some factory level of tint, right? I feel like tinting your windows was something you did in 1999 when you would buy, remember when CD players were a big thing in your car and you'd buy, the real expensive faceplate and the subwoofers and all the crap that came with it? You'd have more in your audio system than the vehicle was worth.
I had a Ford Taurus on rims with a 12-inch subwoofer and tinted windows.
I could totally see that. Yeah. and you're 6 feet 8 inches tall. Remarkable.
I don't know. In Phil, I see them all the time.
God.
All the time.
Yeah.
It's usually some car speeding by
Mm-hmm.
that you think, oh, is it a stolen car? Is it a drug dealer?
Mhm.
What's going on here? I'm
Right.
just going to get out of the way.
And they probably Windex their windows, because if you see the tint go from black to purple, it's because somebody used Windex on it when you're not supposed to, because it discolors it.
I did
That's a
not
real
know
thing?
that.
That's a real thing, yeah.
That's a real thing? Wow. That's not like the myth where, if you pee in a pool, it comes out green. It's not like a... It's a real
It's not a myth.
I've told my daughters countless
He
times
said
over the
it's not
first
a
7 years, do not go potty in this pool.
My favorite signs, they were the people make those signs to hang out inside the pool that says, "Welcome to our ool. Notice there's no pee in it. Let's keep it that way." I think that's funny.
It's cute.
Joe
Well-
Biden obviously has a hard time following that rule. But both versions of excrement, we can call it.
I'm serious. Think about it.
Well, in Upper Merion Township, the P stands for plastic. It's phase 2 of its single-use plastic ban starting today. So public establishments within the Montgomery County Township, no longer will they be allowed to offer plastic utensils. Whether it's to go or whether it's in-house, no more plastic forks, knives, or spoons. And this is already on top of all of the rules about you can't have a plastic bag at the store, and you cannot have any kind of course, styrofoam. styrofoam to-go cups or styrofoam to-go, those little to-go boxes. No more.
Yeah, I think moving forward, just to help save the climate and the ozone layer and everything, we should just go grocery shopping and you just buy whatever you can afford to stuff in your shirt. Why not? What the hell?
You could do it in California.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Well, you could just take things.
Well, yeah,
So-
under $2,000, I think is the rule out there, right? Is it
I
under
think so.
2,000 or 1,000?
Turn into a game show. Get Guy Fieri hosting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the rule is, but I know the rule is you can steal and they won't come after you.
Remarkable.
But if you wear a MAGA hat, you can poop on the sidewalk too.
Yeah.
And they won't come after you.
That's correct.
Unless G is in town, then they will come after
Well,
you.
then they'll clean it up too. They'll sanitize everything for that guy.
Right.
We are
Right.
watching, as Nick Kayal said, for those SCOTUS rulings coming down today, especially the question of presidential immunity, but also Trump ally. This is Steve Bannon, scheduled to report to a federal prison in Connecticut this morning to serve out a 4-month sentence on contempt charges for defying that subpoena in the congressional investigation into the J6, the U.S. Capitol situation there. So a judge has allowed Bannon to stay free for nearly 2 years while, through the appeals process, but the appeals have run out. Supreme Court did not take on that last-minute appeal that would have staved off the sentence. So today's the day. Bannon he has to report to this federal prison after the appeals court panel upheld his contempt of Congress convictions.
Yeah.
That one going on today.
By my math, he will be out November 1st, which would just be 5 days before Election Day.
Just in time.
Yeah. Just in time.
We are sponsored by United Tire. If you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run. So get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations, and that's really across our region. Just visit UnitedTire.com. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United on this beautiful 82 degrees, refreshing sunny day. Sunny skies, 85 tomorrow. That continues through Wednesday. However, Thursday, 4th of July, we're going to pop up in the temperatures. And so the heat is going to be on, humidity is going to be on. And unfortunately, we're watching storms, showers, rain moving through for 4th of July Thursday. Watching that one very carefully. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up in 30 minutes. About 20 minutes from now, we will get to the Fisher ruling with SCOTUS from Friday. Also, presidential immunity on the docket today before the Supreme Court breaks for the summer. And also Donald Trump posting on Truth his thoughts on his presidential immunity ruling that will come down today. That's all on tap in about 20 minutes. But up next, if the Democrats find a way to get out of Joe Biden and they insert X, Y, or Z, are any of them capable of beating Donald Trump? Well, early polling indicators would suggest not. We'll get to those names when we continue. It's Kayal and Company here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I absolutely loved it.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing, you never knew which way they were going to go with it.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
All right, you all know my love for first responders, so we're asking you to join me once again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 21st, and you have tons of options here. You can ride 65 miles from Philly to Atlantic City, or how about 30 miles from Hamilton, if that's easier on your legs, your wrist, and your butt. There's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride, and you can register to ride with me in Team 1210. I'm back as your captain this year, and whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause, please visit bentashore.org. And when you sign up with the code Nick1210, they'll knock $25 off your registration fee. That's shore.org. Promo code Nick1210. We are just about $900 away. 94% of the way towards our $15,000 goal by the 4th of July. So let's see if we can, knock this out at some point today, tomorrow, or by Wednesday. And let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Families Behind the Badge provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Your place to place with the man who sold the world.
7:21 Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. 855-839-1210. As we continue, what's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45. We're going to get to the Fisher ruling from SCOTUS coming up next segment. But I did want to get to what James Carville had to say. And then also, I've got these polling numbers of substitutes for the big guy and how they do stacked up against Donald Trump. And I want to get to this, Sean, specifically, because I know, Sean, you mentioned somebody on Friday's show as a possible dark horse. And James Carville coming out after Joe Biden's dismal debate. And he says that Joe Biden does not have advisors telling him what to do. He has employees. He also goes on to say that running Joe Biden was, quote, not a nifty idea. And he predicts that Biden will be off the ballot by Election Day, saying, quote, it's time for him to step aside. So when we look at all these possibilities, I've got this poll in front of me. Leading Democrats that fare pretty much the same in head-to-head debates against Donald Trump. Not debates, by the way, elections. And I really don't think any of these people will move the needle for the left. So Donald Trump against the following people. Against Joe Biden, he's got a 3-point lead. Against Kamala Harris, it stays the same, 3 points. Against Mayor Pete, that would be funny, he's also got a 3-point lead. Yes, that is correct.
Mayor Pete, who that judge?
Trump has a 2-point lead over Booker, a 3-point lead over Gavin Newsom, a 2-point lead over Gretchen Whitmer. Against J.B. Pritzker, he's got a 3-point lead. And they even put in Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. He's also has a 3-point lead. Now, not on this list of 9 different possible substitutes was Andy Beshear, the governor from Kentucky, who you mentioned on Friday, Sean. But are you in agreement with this? Because I actually the only guy I think that could cause Trump trouble, but I don't think he's a realistic possibility this time around in 2024, is Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. But all these other options are so uninspiring for the Democrats. And maybe just swapping out Joe, if they found a way to do it somehow, some way, despite what I mentioned in the big take, maybe anybody other than Biden helps with the double hater out there that doesn't like either candidate. But these numbers are pretty damning because it tells you that the left doesn't have a bench. They don't have a backup problem. And one thing you can say right now about the Republicans, the bench is very deep, from Scott to Ramaswamy to DeSantis. On down the list, Republicans have more diversity, youth, and depth than the Democrats do right now. And I think that tells a massive story right now about where we are politically.
Yeah, I mentioned to Andy Beshear on Friday, because actually the first time I heard his name tossed out as a potential replacement was on your show, I think last year or early this year. Somebody mentioned Andy Beshear from Kentucky, and I said, whoa, that's a name I never thought of, because red governor, blue governor in a red state. In Kentucky, that would be interesting. And he's in his second term. He just won re-election. So that would be interesting. But I think, and I am in agreement with these polls, I think if you pull him now, if this had happened last year, you're talking about a totally different thing. You're saying, hey, our guy doesn't have it. He's going to pull out. He's not going to be in the race, and we're going to go with somebody else. And I think the majority of Democrats, left-leaning independents, can get behind it and go, all right, you know what? They're admitting it now, and Republicans would jump on it and say, see, we told you he was crazy. We told you he didn't have it. But the counter argument would be, well, they've agreed with you and they're doing the right thing. He's stepping out and he's stepping aside, and somebody else is going to take the reins into the election cycle. And you could have had an open primary. They would have primaried against Kamala Harris, and you actually could have had a democratic process to choose the replacement. Now you're talking about today. We are 4 months away, 4 months and 4 days away from the election. I think if you pull the switcheroo now, I think you're going to piss off a very large portion of the country, where you've been telling us for days, for years, he's got it. Everything's cool. It's a conspiracy theory, cheap fakes, right? Donald Trump and his supporters are spreading cheap fakes about Joe Biden. And he didn't really disappear at whatever event, your eyes are lying to you, etc. I think if you pull him now, it looks worse than if you just ride with him, honestly, because you're showing Americans, and not the polarized partisans, but those indecisive independents, the 16% in the Quinnipiac poll before the debate that said they were open to changing their mind. You look at it, you go, 16%, that's not a lot. That is a lot. That's the same number, 17%, that said, that voted for Biden, that said if they knew the truth about Hunter Biden's laptop, they wouldn't have voted for Biden. That would have swung the election. 16% could obviously swing an election that's only going to be decided by 2 or 3 percentage points and a very limited amount of votes in a number of states, right? So I think if the Democrats do go through with switching out Joe Biden, and we understand why they'd want to do it, but the timing is so bad. The message that it sends to to the rest of the country, the panic, the disarray, the fact that you have an internal battle, a civil war right now in the Democrat Party, it's just a really bad look. And we never see the left this disjointed. We never see them out of sync with each other. And there are two sides now. There is the replace Joe side, and there is the riding with Biden side. And this reminds me of when you had the Trump DeSantis, infighting, if you want to call it that. I don't call it that. It was a primary. It's acceptable during a primary. But in this case, the Democrat primary is over. The voters have chosen Joe Biden. And now you have the elites in the Democrat Party, basically, again, just like they did with Bernie and Hillary, just like in 2016, just like in 2020, you have the higher ups in the Democrat Party basically saying, well, we don't really care about the voters. We may subvert them again and put somebody else in. That's a horrible look. So that's why I think, yes, if Donald Trump is met with one of those other people on the list, he'll smoke him. I really think so.
Dawn, let me bring it back locally to Shapiro here for you in Pennsylvania. If that report from the Heritage Project is true, that Joe can't be swapped out in Wisconsin or Nevada, then that's fine. But if he can, and it costs them those votes, that's 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin, that's 6 in Nevada. Democrats would have a 16 vote in the Electoral College swing. Do you think, because Shapiro, honestly, in these polls, Shapiro is polling, quote, as well as any other possible replacement. Knowing Josh Shapiro the way you do, covering him the way you do you think he would actually take the opportunity now if it was presented to him by the power brokers that be with the DNC?
Nobody's going to turn that gig down. Nobody would turn it down.
Okay.
So the question is, are they really going to do it? For Josh Shapiro, and like I say, I've known him since he was a local county guy, Montgomery County, in Abington Township, where he grew up. I know you hate when I say this, but he's a golly gee good guy, comes across as a very moderate Democrat, even though some of his policies we've seen. For example, when he was the Attorney General, he had joined in that letter with attorneys general across the country to talk about the issue of trans and those who identify as a male can go in the female locker room, all of that good stuff. So I think that Republicans would rip into this on a national stage and say, no, you're a progressive just like Joe Biden. You are pretending to be that moderate Democrat just like Joe Biden was. But I also think it hurts him. I mean, here we are, July 1st right now. We don't have a budget again in Pennsylvania. So I think that on a national stage, even though he has a good positive energy presence and he's very well liked in our purple state, he's liked in the red areas, right, of Pennsylvania, he's not vetted on a national stage. And I think they would be quite nervous about shoving somebody out there that's not quite ready for prime time.
Yeah.
I think he will, as we've talked about. I think Josh Shapiro, I think there's a very good chance he will be president someday. I know he's dreamed of it. And so we have a mutual mentor in the great late Lou Klein, who the Temple Communication School is named after, was a mentor of mine, loved Shapiro. So if I have a soft spot for Shapiro, I fully admit it. It's Lou Klein, loved Josh Shapiro, and just thought that he was somebody who in politics was able as a moderate, but has he gone to the progressive side? It's almost like Star Wars. Has he gone to the dark side, to the side of Darth Biden? I don't know. But he has long been known as somebody who was a moderate Democrat, sort of the old school Democrat.
Well, if a lot of those squad Dems keep losing re-election bids, let's just say Shapiro's 4 years away and has visions of 2028. We saw what happened last week to Jamal Bowman. I know AOC won, but those other 7 or 8, if they keep losing, he might want to stay away from that far left faction, that progressive ideology, and stay in the more moderate lane. So Dawn and the Shapiros will be having Thanksgiving dinner together this year. It'll be
I know I'm going to get ripped first, but look, I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? And that's just it. We have seen Democrats who were known as moderates. I think that's why Joe Biden, quite frankly, why he won. They kept him in the basement. And they've kept him until now. They've kept him hidden. And so he portrayed himself as this moderate guy. But I think he's out of the closet as this far left progressive. And I think it just doesn't play in cities like Philadelphia, where are they all going to vote red? No. but they're not energized.
Yeah. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, Fisher came down on Friday, and presidential immunity looms today. We'll hit on both before we get to the cut sheet, and that's coming up next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a realtor can help answer. Because realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. We have some exciting news. Rescue Natural Supplements is having a sale of epic proportions in honor of Independence Day. Now through July 4th, use the code FREEDOM to snag 45% off 4 or more of your favorite products. You can mix and match single bottles, boost your heart health, strengthen immunity, lift energy levels, or try an all-natural sleep aid. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. It's never too late or too early to fortify your body and health. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Thursday, July 4th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles. Do it today.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
It feels great relaxing at home.
You know what feels even better? Turning our home into a big piggy bank with a fixed-rate home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union. Rates are as low as 5.99% APR. We can get the cash we need for a new car, the kids' tuition, a kitchen remodel.
You're right.
Of course I'm right.
Get details and apply online at firstharvestcu.com/home equity. Membership restrictions apply. Rate based on individual credit analysis is accurate as of May 1st, 2024 and subject to change. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. Hey, how are you feeling? Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing all the things you love? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, your hips, your back, or maybe your aching shoulder. There are some exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. I'm talking about QC Kinetics, which is truly helping patients like you every day. My friends at QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. And they have helped so many people here and tens of thousands more around the nation. If you're living with chronic pain, maybe from arthritis or maybe from that past injury, you need to know steroids or surgery and pain pills. Oh, they're no longer your only options. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief, no downtime. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for those achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call now for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Just call them. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Warminster. We know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 740, rolling on live here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT. SCOTUS handing down a litany of opinions on Friday after we got off of the air at 10 o'clock, none of which, in my opinion, was bigger than Fisher. And that came down, and it's a massive victory for those who were political prisoners following January 6th. Julie Kelly breaking the news for at least what I saw Friday as I was driving home from the show. And she said the following: the unprecedented defeat for the Biden administration as SCOTUS overturned the DOJ's use of 1512C2, the obstruction of an official proceeding in January 6 cases. And I know we've paid attention to this for many years now. And this means that the DOJ has unlawfully prosecuted over 350 Americans for their, quote, participation in January 6th, which is obviously a abuse of law. Jonathan Turley summing it up, saying that they have downgraded it from the insurrection, which it never was, to mere trespassing. And Turley also saying this is a big win for Trump as well, as it knocks out a substantial part of the case that Jack Smith has against Donald Trump, and also knocks out hundreds of convictions. I'm going to get Sean's thoughts as well. But, Dawn, let me start with you on this because, you talked about it a lot, Zachary Rell and people like that, local people that you have highlighted in your newscasts and your big threes. These were moments where somebody might have thrown a little bit of water, or somebody went into a spot that maybe that they should not, quote, be in there. Yet it's interesting, when I saw just about a year ago LGBTQ plus lobbyists going into the exact offices of elected leaders and sitting on the floor. I know you can't say Indian style anymore. Cross-legged. I mean,
crisscross applesauce.
Crisscross applesauce. Exactly right. This to me was vindication. This was justification for all of those who merely were exercising their constitutional amendment right. And I think this is, once again, the Supreme Court getting it right, and I'm happy for a lot of these people. I know Julie Kelly, she comes on with Rich, she comes on a lot of shows around the country. She was getting texts from people saying, this is great, but they also don't get those years of their life back. But a big victory from SCOTUS.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, and you see the way that the media seems to always be complicit, right? The way that they're saying, well, they still face other charges, and they're not acknowledging that this is a huge ruling that would, at the very least, force prosecutors, federal prosecutors now, to retry these cases, and they'd have to come up with new or more evidence, newly revealed evidence that they didn't have to try to make the other charges stick. Are they really going to go through with that? And so you think of, Zachary Rill, or you think of, in our case, he was, Joe Fisher was a North Cornwall Township. He was a cop. He was a patrol officer, 57 years old, obviously a policeman. I mean, had never had any kind of a criminal record. It just shows you how they were clearly looking for a crime, looking for the crime, shopping for that first, and saying, oh, look, this says obstruction. Not even looking within it to say, oh, wait a minute, that has to do with a bookkeeping case, Enron, and after the horrible Enron situation was a financial disaster, thanks to a whistleblower back in the day, they were able to catch those bad guys. But Congress then said, well, we want to create a law to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. Has nothing to do with a case like this. So they were shopping for the crime and then saying, does that fit? Can we use that title? Rather than saying, well, did these individuals commit a crime? It shows you how, ass backward it really was. And it's infuriating. We should be infuriated by this.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is not justice.
Sean, your thoughts?
Yeah, 1512. This is crazy. In Sharpsville, Pennsylvania, a man by the name of Matthew Perna killed himself due in large to these charges and what the government has been doing. And I've met his aunt, Jerry, a number of times at events that have been hosted by the Patriot Freedom Project. It's a January 6th foundation, to help J6ers and their families, right? You don't understand. A lot of people don't see this. They see J6ers going to jail. A lot of them are men. These happen to be the breadwinners of the family. Now, what does mom do with the children, right? I mean, there's so many downstream effects from the application of that law, which, this is how sick these people are. Watch how their tactics are deployed here on two fronts. What do they call January 6th? They call it an insurrection, right? They call it a violent insurrection. But what are they charging the J6ers with? They're charging them with obstruction of an official proceeding, right? 1512C2. Why are they doing that? Well, there's already a statute called the Rebellion and Insurrection Act, 18 U.S. Code Section 2383, which criminalizes committing an insurrection. But wouldn't you know it, the maximum sentence of jail time for that felony is 8 years, whereas obstruction of an official proceeding is 20. So they go ahead and they levy this obstruction charge against these J6ers because it carries more time. but they're telling you that they violated a totally different law, which would have been the Rebellion and Insurrection Act, with which not one J6er has been charged with. This is how sick these people are. It has been demoralization. It has been mental torture. These people have been dragged in the media.
Yeah.
They've been called convicted felons. And now so many of these people now, right, who have had this charge, and it has taken years, friends of mine, 3 years of their life. But when it comes to pretrial hearings, being held in jail on this charge, you can't get that time back. And for folks like Matthew Perna and that family, his Aunt Jerry, who's just an unbelievable person, she can't have Matthew back. She can't get her nephew back. And this is what the government did. This is what they did to people. And you said it, Dawn. We all should be infuriated. Like, we should be enraged about this. We should be furious about this. And instead, the ruling comes out and we're hearing, well, there's other charges. So you're going to look to make up from what you just had overturned by the Supreme Court by upcharging misdemeanors and whatnot? Is that how bad this is? And the answer is yes. Yeah. This is what everybody has to understand we're fighting against. Nobody is safe from the regime. I just screenshot a story last night. Do you know what the newest dog whistle of white supremacy is? Frilly dresses. I'm not joking. Not a joke. Frilly dresses is the new symbol of white supremacy, right? So because of what's being called trad wives, right? Traditional wives. White supremacy, if you're the Harrison Butker controversy, if you just want to be a traditional wife, stay home, be a caretaker, a homemaker, raise children, whatever it may be, that's white supremacy now? I mean, nobody is safe. Yep. Nobody. Just look at what they did to J6. And if you don't stand up for that, they're going to come for you. Crypto people are starting to figure that out. Mm-hmm. If you don't stand up for the injustice, against the injustice in one form, it's going to show up on your doorstep at some point. And everybody, I think, is starting to realize that.
Yeah, to me, there was nothing more disturbing. And thankfully, we have all these new hours of footage that have been released over the last handful of months, the quote, 44,000 hours of raw footage. What I saw, because you only get to see what certain people in the media show you, thank God for places like X and Rumble and Truth, where there's other clips, and you see just peaceful pockets of protesters, and then the federal government shooting tear gas into a collection of people doing nothing wrong with the hope of inciting and agitating. That was so infuriating to see your own government do to peaceful protesters. Donald Trump, presidential immunity. We'll get that ruling probably within the next 3 hours, as it's expected to begin the final docket of opinions coming out from SCOTUS shortly after 10 o'clock. Truth Social last night, Donald Trump posting the following: without presidential immunity, a president of the United States literally could not function. It should be a strong immunity where proper decisions can be made, where our country can be made powerful and thrive, and where opponents cannot hold up or extort a future president for political gain. It is a big decision, an important decision, a decision which can affect the success or failure of our country for decades to come. We want a great country, not a weak, withering, and ineffective one. Strong presidential immunity is a must. Trump posting that at just about 7 o'clock last night. We'll get to some predictions on what SCOTUS will say, what extent of immunity Trump will have. We'll do that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But right now it's 7:50. Let's get to a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
Wow, who was that?
Where are you? Hello.
That was not Greg Stocker. That was our man Frank handling the voiceover work. Nice work, Frank. Sounded like The Price of Right almost, right? Like handing out a prize.
That's such a good voice.
That was pretty good. All right, let's get to it. Monday edition. I feel like Stocker here. I got about 14,000 clips. We'll start with a lot of the Biden-Trump reaction from all of the weekend shows, and we'll begin with clip number 1, boys. NBC's Meet the Press, as Democrats are in a state of crisis following Thursday night's debate. Let's listen and watch this.
President Biden, who agreed to the earliest general election debate in modern political history, had one goal: to persuade voters who are skeptical about his age and fitness for office that he is up to serve another 4 years. Mr. Biden has consistently told voters, watch me.
If I were to run, I think they're going to judge me on my vitality. Can I still run up the steps of Air Force Two? Am I still in good shape? Do I have all my faculties? Am I energetic? I think it's totally legitimate for people to ask those questions. This is for the voters to decide. Take a look. Look at me, see if I have the energy, see if I know what I'm talking about, and make their judgment. I think it's a legitimate thing to be concerned about anyone's age, including mine. I think that's totally legitimate. But I think the best way to make the judgment is to watch me.
Well, on Thursday night, voters watched the president deliver a halting performance, at times appearing confused and repeatedly losing his train of thought.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
That was Philly gal Kristen Welker from NBC's Meet the Press. And if you're watching, for those of you on YouTube, some of those clips date back to 2018. So you saw Joe Biden over the last 6 years just expiring and eroding before your very eyes. And he says he's got vitality, he's got vigor, so forth and so on. He doesn't have any of that anymore. And I think the reality is this. He is like, you take anybody in their prime as an athlete. You want to go Muhammad Ali, you want to go a pitcher that used to hit 98 on the gun, and then they just start to lose it. And then that pitcher that used to throw 96 now tops off at 88. Or you get a boxer. Like Mike Tyson is apparently supposed to be fighting Jake Paul in a couple of months. Does anybody think Mike Tyson in his 50s getting into the ring is going to have anything to offer? No, he's not. That's exactly what Joe Biden is right now. He's a shot prize fighter, and I think Americans woke up to that on Thursday night.
Yeah, it's really so true. I just think that at the end of the day, it's going to be Joe. At the end of the day, the media comes through and the media defends Joe. You heard what Fetterman said. Ironically, the guy still recovering from the stroke makes the most sense in the Democratic Party, right?
Wow. We've certainly talked about his recovery, Sean, but I never even thought about it that way. John Fetterman is the most logical Democrat right now, and he's got medical reasons why you could maybe say he shouldn't be the most logical right now.
Yeah, I have been very, very intrigued by the John Fetterman saga. I never thought I'd be this interested after he won. And then, you saw Giselle, I guess is his wife. She kind of got put away after he started to regain his faculties. And all of a sudden, the guy starts making sense. Now, I think there may be a little bit of a tactic being deployed here. Maybe he's trying to appeal as more of a moderate in Pennsylvania to try and sway some of those voters back towards Biden who may be a little disenchanted with the Democrat Party's lack of support for the Jewish state of Israel, right? And you saw Fetterman take a very strong stance, strong pro-Israel stance. So maybe that's what's going on there a little bit of kind of stumping for him, not necessarily speaking, but projecting this image of I'm a moderate and Joe is still the Scranton kid and he's still my guy. I think it's still going to be Joe. We highlighted it, Nick, you highlighted it in the morning, earlier at the beginning of the show, how it's going to be really difficult to replace Joe Biden. They should have done this a year and a half ago. We shouldn't be talking about them doing it now. I think if they do it now, it's a worse thing than if they just ride it out and see what happens.
We hear all the time from those on the left, those that have Trump derangement syndrome, that Donald Trump, all he does is lie. All he does is exaggerate. All he does is embellish. But legitimately, every time Joe Biden opens his mouth, it seems like it's a lie, from anything policy-wise to anything success-wise, to anything numerical when it comes to data points, inflation percentages, or even his past from, high school football to playing at Delaware and all these other things that have been debunked many times. This is clip number 10, boys. And it gets bad when the networks that are supposed to carry your water fact check you and dunk on you in violent fashion. That's exactly what CNN did to Joe Biden. Here's clip number 10.
Some of them. He said he's the only president in a while who didn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world. Troops have, of course, died on his watch. He said he's put in a $15 per shot cap on insulin and Medicare. It's a $35 a month cap. He said it's a $200 cap on overall drug spending in Medicare. It's $2,000 a year. He said the border now has fewer crossings than when Trump was in office. That's generally not true. He said, or at least strongly suggested, unemployment was at 15% when he took office. It was actually 6.4. He said Trump wants to get rid of Social Security. Trump doesn't. He said billionaires pay 8.2% in taxes. It's much higher. He said Trump told Americans to inject bleach amid COVID. We know Trump made foolish comments about scientists studying disinfectant injection, but didn't frame it as advice to people. And Biden said the Border Patrol endorsed him. No, its union supported the border bill he'd supported, never endorsed him himself.
Wow. I mean, that's CNN just taking a nuke or a grenade and dropping it down Joe Biden's drawstring right there. My God. And look, I think everybody that served our country is probably enraged by his comments on nobody dying under his watch. But Dawn, you have a son who's diabetic. I mean, does that trigger you when you hear him lying about the cost of insulin? Because that's something that you have to deal with as a parent.
Yeah, the truth is that he's talking about the price of insulin, but that's for people, Medicare, Medicaid recipients. So that's not for everybody else who ends up just, all it does is ramps up the cost. Everybody else pays. It's just another case of just distribution of the wealth. And so what's infuriating is it's feasible then, since we know that here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, across the country, we know that folks who come here and they're on a waiting list, they're an illegal person, they're getting health benefits. And so the scenario that I'm hearing is that somebody could cross the border, come here illegally, and good for them that they get, free medical care, free insulin, or for $35, whatever. But then legal citizens struggling. I have a sister-in-law, she has a friend who was rationing his insulin. This is unthinkable, and you should never do it because if you go to the hospital, they will give it to you. But rationing his insulin, he died. Because if you're a type 1 diabetic in particular, without insulin, you're dead. That's just it. I mean, it's a harsh reality. And so to play around with that is just cruel, especially because, remember, around the world, the cost of insulin is not an issue. The patent in the early around 1920-ish, when it was discovered in Canada, the person who discovered insulin then gave up that patent for $1 to the University of Canada because he had a family member who was a type 1 diabetic and knew that this was life-saving, gave up the patent. So everywhere else in the world, it is free. It's cheap to make. Only here in America because of the pharmaceuticals. See, do they not do that? That's the power of the pharmaceuticals.
Sean, I got to get your thoughts on what we just heard from Joe, because this is a guy, he gets elected in Delaware when he's 29, youngest senator of all time at the time. He's now 81. By my math, he's been in American politics for 52 years. You don't survive a half century unless you are a pathological liar.
Yeah, in politics, you have to be a liar in order to survive. As you just put a half century in D.C. in the swamp. And while we're talking about insulin, by the way, remember when Joe Biden said he spoke to the inventor of insulin? Remember when he said that? I just spoke to the inventor of insulin and I got the prices down, right? This is a guy, the inventor of insulin died 2 years before Joe Biden was born. So that's interesting. But speaking of him lying and insulin and all of this other stuff, but Dawn, you brought up a great point. This is a pattern of behavior. The Democrats do this a lot. Joe Biden specifically has done this really a lot over the last couple of years. It's a bait and switch. They tell you they're doing something and it's going to benefit a certain group of people, right? Yeah. And then you find out that while what they're saying, the root of it, maybe insulin is cheaper for some people, but it's not, it doesn't have that wide-reaching, far-reaching, widespread effect that they're telling you. And what this brings up in my head is the student loan bailouts. He's trying to buy the 18 to 29-year-old vote, right? The Gen Z vote. We're going to forgive student loans. We're going to forgive. The court slaps him down, right? Smacks him down, says you can't do that. So now he starts kind of picking and choosing how he's going to do it. And he forgives people's loans. And he said, we just forgave 1 million borrowers' loans, etc. These are people who have been in repayment for 20 years. These are not 18 to 29-year-olds, but they're not telling you that up front. They want these kids to believe that they're going to college for free right now. So it's another bait and switch. It's another example of how the Democrats, and Joe Biden specifically, will tell you he's doing something and who he's helping when it's not actually helping that group. And you can look at examples in the Black community, the Hispanic community, the Jewish community, the Puerto Rican community where Joe Biden grew up, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. All of these talking points not actually helping any of the people they claim to be serving. The only group of people, I've said this a bunch, and not the only one, that are better off under Joe Biden than they were under Trump are illegals. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
Sick.
You're right. And speaking of that 18 to 29-year-old demo, let's get to clip number 12, boys. This is Gen Z activist, 21-year-old Harry Sisson, who every time I see that little mop top, I just want to take out the trimmers or grab Dawn's gardening tools and give this little mop top a haircut. He tries to convince the panel on Piers Morgan Uncensored that Joe Biden won the debate. Clip number 12.
Harry, you think Biden won last night?
1%.
Yeah, no, I did, definitely. On the substance of the conversation, Biden won. His policy was pragmatic, it was logical, and Donald Trump just lied the entire time, is incapable of telling the truth, is incapable of actually laying out policy. He didn't talk about how he's going to make the American people's lives better. He just, said that, January 6th didn't happen. He talked about the election. He said that overturning Roe was a great thing and forcing 10-year-old girls to give birth is a fantastic thing. That was Donald Trump's debate. So on the substance of the conversation, Joe Biden absolutely prevailed.
Right, but the problem you've got is I saw the CNN fact checkers on Joe Biden's public statements last night, and it was just untruth after untruth after untruth.
Oh, I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, or that he gets every single number right and every single statistic right.
He gets most of them wrong.
That's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies is laughable. Trump told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, averaging around 20 a day, and he showed that last night when he lied about every single thing he talked about.
So Sisson likes to talk about Roe v. Wade, and I think one of the things you can mention when you get into a debate personally with perhaps somebody on the left, if they want to hit you with Roe v. Wade, hit them back with what Joe Biden did when he obliterated Title IX. So your guy is okay with allowing biological men to be in a female bathroom or locker room, especially with females that are underage. Hit them with that and see what they have to say. But, Sisson's one of these guys, a 21-year-old, probably paid. I think he's paid. I'm not sure. But he's another one of these little Gen Z influencers. And I was glad to see that Piers Morgan kind of destroyed him across the board. But I guess Sisson is one of these cats who is in the 33% of the CNN shock poll viewers right after the debate that somehow arrived at the conclusion that Joe Biden won the debate. 2/3 of Americans that were watching CNN, again, this is probably a decent amount of people that typically do watch CNN or vote Democrat. They even said Trump won, and the other 33% must have not been watching in HD and watching on a 12-inch black and white TV. I have no idea, Sean and Dawn, how anybody can arrive at the conclusion that Biden was even functional, much less won that debate.
Yeah, and that's... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Dawn. This just goes to show you have to be either paid or stupid to believe that Joe Biden won the debate, or both, right? Or both. And in this case, Harry Sisson checks both boxes. Okay, this kid, he is infuriating because he's not doing a good job selling that he actually likes the president. He's just rattling off what they sent him. Donald Trump told 30,000 lies in a day in his presidency, which averages out to 20 lies per day. He did not come up with that by himself. I don't care what you say, especially, you know what? You know how I know? Because they don't teach math in school anymore, right? What they do is they say, Cindy had 2 breasts and then she chopped them off. How many does she have left? That's what they teach in math now. It's seriously, that's what they're doing, right? Jonathan thought there were 4 genders, but there are actually 14. How many did he leave out? The answer is 10. This is what they teach. He didn't come up with that by himself. They sent him talking points, and then he just literally regurgitated them. It sounds like he was reading them off of a page. The kid is being, it's like he's coached fine. You want to pay some kid to be coached and spout out your talking points and have a good time on Piers Morgan, no issue. But you're not selling anybody. He's not reaching the 18 to 29, and he's not influencing, if you want to use that term, the 18 to 29. People are sick of this kid. Like I said, you either have to be paid stupid, or as Nick said, both, to think that Joe Biden won on Thursday. And I think Harry Sisson proves that.
Ahead, Nick, I think I was just going to expound on, I think the poll that you were mentioning, that's the new CBS YouGov poll.
Yes.
72% of registered voters now believe Biden does not have the mental and cognitive health to serve as president. 72, and this is CBS News.
Right.
72% compared to 28% of voters who say he should stay in the race.
And yet somehow there's people out there that will argue, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden even if he's on life support. Even if he's legitimately on his deathbed, I will vote for him before I ever vote for the orange man. You know, it's great is when they want to talk about and compare the rate in which the two candidates lie. Let's talk about lies per minute awake, because Joe Biden shoots out an amazing number of lies for a guy who's only active 6 hours a day. Imagine if Joe Biden was actually awake for 15 to 17 hours a day like most human beings are.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You got to prorate these lies out, over the course of a normal day.
That's true. I mean, think about this, right? Okay, let's go down. Let's just go down this path real quick. Joe Biden says that he grew up in a Puerto Rican community, in black churches and synagogues at the same time, while being a big member of the Greek community, marching in the civil rights movement, getting arrested with Nelson Mandela. His son, Bo, died in Iraq. Never happened. It was still a tragedy what happened to his son, but it didn't happen in combat, right? This is a guy who told you he took the Amtrak over a bridge that doesn't have railroad lines. He drove a tractor trailer while searching for his uncle Brozy, who was eaten by cannibals after Joe Biden's house was struck by lightning and it went on fire. How much of that do you think is actually true? Because I want to say zero. I don't know what. Zero. None.
The only thing that is true is
My wife's a Philly girl.
he married a Philly girl. Other than that, everything else is complete BS.
Yeah.
So there you
Yeah.
go.
It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. I think talk about how Trump lies. I mean, I grew up in a Puerto Rican community. If Trump said, I grew up in a Puerto Rican community, it was a great community. We love these people. These are great people. They called me Papi Trump. They called me Papi. It's tremendous. I mean, do you know what the media would do? Cultural appropriation. Joe Biden has literally appropriated every culture in the book to try and pander to whoever he's talking to. Oh, I'm Joe Bidenopolis. Shut your mouth. This guy. And then the people want to talk about, hey, Trump lies. They want to talk about Trump. Joe Biden, all he does is make things up.
Yep.
He continues to make things up.
All right, Friday night on HBO, the Bill Maher Show, Real Time with Bill Maher. Here is clip 13, boys, as Bill Maher says the debate reminded him of when Mike Tyson would knock people out in 90 seconds, and he says the election is over. Clip 13.
Now, I don't want to show a lot of the tape from last night because it's too hard to look at. But just show this one thing. We picked out one thing just for people who don't watch, and they watch this show to catch up on the news. This is what the Republicans are going to show from now until Election Day.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
You see the head, the way he turned that head? He wanted to, he knew the two-shot would be up there. He wanted to have his head turning like, let's watch the guy show how crazy he is. He's looking for it. Look, this election.
You're blaming that on Trump?
No, I'm watching his theatrical ability. He is playing this.
Okay, but he didn't have to do anything. I mean, he came out, it reminded me of when Mike Tyson used to knock guys out in 90 seconds. Like, that was like 2 minutes into the debate, and I went, oh, this election is over. I mean, that was like a haymaker, right?
Look, I'm watching the guy. He is so fast on the trigger. I watched him. He comes up with, well, he pulled out of Afghanistan in a disastrous way. That's true. He didn't fire anybody. He didn't fire Jake Tapper or any of the generals. That's all true. Then he'll throw in, oh, by the way, illegal people can get Medicare and Social Security. No, they can't. He just throws in the lies. He mixes up the lies with some truth. Yeah, and Obama, I'm sorry, Biden is not smart enough to keep up with him. He just can't
Right.
keep up with them.
Well, isn't that the whole point?
Yeah.
You need a guy to keep up with them.
So Chris Matthews has a Nancy Pelosi moment or three there in that clip. And for those that were not watching, sitting between an aged Chris Matthews and Bill Maher was Tulsi Gabbard, who's just kind of looking at Chris Matthews, and she's probably thinking, is he having a Joe Biden moment right now? All these people are losing their faculties, and they're trying to come to the rescue of Biden and having their own brain farts. This is unbelievable. This is where we are in America.
Chris Matthews is if I remember correctly, and I was on Long Island for this, I was in the Northeast, right? Was a guy he came out on MSNBC after Hurricane Sandy devastated New Jersey, Long Island, the tri-state area. It was an unprecedented storm, and it was right around election time. It was at the end of October, right around Halloween. And he said, thank God that storm happened because now Obama could be reelected or something like that. He said those words. We were picking up the pieces after that storm. I have hated that guy ever since he made that comment. And now you have him saying that illegals can't get Social Security and Medicare. Okay, Chris, why don't you ask your friends in the Democrat Party, who I'm sure you've given the old hock to a few of them, okay? Why don't we ask your friends over there in the Democrat Party, why did they vote against a bill criminalizing illegals to the point of deportation if they applied for Social Security and Medicare? Because that happened in the House of Representatives. They put forth a bill that said it would be punishable by deportation if an illegal immigrant was receiving Social Security or Medicare, non-citizen, illegal immigrant, illegal alien, whatever you want to call them. And they voted no. So if it can't happen, why did the Democrats not even put that safeguard in place? Because it is happening. It's obviously happening. It's destroying lives for American seniors, and not just American seniors. It's destroying lives for American children. This Chris Matthews guy, I hope I never see him. I hope I never, ever, ever have a chance to come face to face with this guy, because it's going to be very hard, very, very hard for me not to assault him. I'm just being honest. If he's there, I can't. You make that comment about Hurricane Sandy. I saw what it did to Jersey. I saw what it did to Long Island. And I'm not sitting here go fake outrage. No. I've seen these areas, Long Beach, all these.
I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, seriously, this guy is one of the most despicable human beings that have ever walked this planet. And the fact that now he wants to come out there and say, again, that something's not happening when it's obviously happening is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is Chris Matthews, so I shouldn't be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand him. Did you guys know? I hate him. I can't stand him.
He's, by the way, born and raised here in Philadelphia, LaSalle College High School, so he's well known here in Philadelphia. He did come out within the day of saying that on an election night and he apologized profusely. But you're right, it caused a storm of its own because Long Islanders were infuriated that he would say such a thing. But he did profusely apologize, tried to explain himself.
Cut sheet as we continue. If you're not watching, you can get all these video clips as well on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. And as Greg Stocker would say, hit the like and subscribe buttons. It means the world to Stocker. With the left, what they love to do, it's never a person's fault. It's always blame racism, blame climate change, always looking for the scapegoat. And that continues with clip 15 here, boys, as New Yorker Dan Goldman calls out Anderson Cooper, alleging that he and his CNN colleagues took it easy on Donald Trump on Thursday night. Listen and watch clip 15.
Do you think there should be there is another debate that they have both agreed to do. Would you want that to take place?
Absolutely. I think Joe Biden had an off night. It was a poor performance. There's no question about it, and no one is saying anything different. But let's have another debate. Let's see what happens on a different night. Let's see whether Donald Trump continues to lie over and over, to deny his role in January 6th. to proudly say that he increased the deficit more than any other president by reducing taxes on the super wealthy. He is blatantly mischaracterizing the disaster that was his presidency, and that got a lot of attention and didn't get a lot of pushback.
No.
But let's have another debate where actually the moderators will push back on Donald Trump's lies. He intimidated your network, unfortunately, and there was no pushback. He was given free rein to just lie as much as he wants, and that's not helpful to the American public either.
Yeah, I don't know about the intimidation part, but I wasn't part of the discussions on any of this. But obviously, in a debate, it is the primary job of the opponent to, have a direct counter and rebuttal to what somebody else is saying. And clearly, the president was not able to do that. We will see, obviously, in another debate if that would change. Congressman Goldman, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
So basically what Dan Goldman is saying that it should have been a 3-on-1 handicap match, and it should have been Trump not only against Biden, but Trump against Biden, Tapper, and Bash. And the moderators didn't intervene and run interference like in a wrestling match where the referee's knocked out and all the other people on the outside run into the ring and beat up the other guy. That is what they were hoping for. And Biden can't even spit out his own talking points, much less challenge what Donald Trump is saying. I mean, I love the fact that Anderson Cooper really didn't put up much resistance there. Now, if that would have happened on Casey Hunt's show, she would have just ended the whole interview with Dan Goldman and said, yeah, nobody calls out my colleagues, blah, 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 blah. But I thought overall, from top to bottom, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash were fair. They allowed the two people that we are tuning in to watch, allow us to watch them. Sean, it's like a baseball game. You don't, and I know you're a big baseball guy, you don't go to the baseball game to see Angel Hernandez, the umpire, or Cowboy Joe West. You go to see the $50 million DH that your favorite team is paying to hit home runs. The best thing an official can do in a sporting event is go unnoticed, and those two, for the most part, went unnoticed on Thursday night.
Yeah, we're not talking about Bash. We're not talking about Tapper, and for good reason. They did their jobs, right? I really do. I think that. I think I was expecting much, much more interference and influence placed on the debate by Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And I think that a lot of people who were watching along also thought that. I mean, we remember the Chris Wallace debate last year where he essentially filled in for Joe Biden and was debating Donald Trump alongside Joe Biden. And I thought we were going to be getting more of that on Thursday night. But is it possible? I think there are two reasons. There are three reasons, right? Reason number one, they just decided they were going to play it fair, and they did their jobs professionally, and they were as good as they could be, right? I think they were as good as they could be. I don't really have any complaints about the moderators, not significant complaints about the moderators,
They were on their best behavior.
I think you're right.
And she did. I have to call her out. She was inappropriate in the beginning to keep calling Trump former President Trump.
Yes,
that was her little.
You actually nailed a couple of things, Dawn, because you also said about, was Joe being fed something in his ear? Now, I haven't seen any confirmation of that, but people are playing the video back online where he touches his ear, which I'm assuming
he goes like this.
Yeah.
He goes like this, like he's scratching his ear, and then he goes like this.
But there's also a video of Dana Bash. I think Tapper asks the question. Biden's answering it, looking at Bash, and there's footage of Dana Bash going like this. She's pointing like, no, that was Jake that asked the question. You might want to look at my co-moderator. It wasn't me.
Whoa.
That video circulating as well, where she's like telling him where to stare.
But I think there was somebody like, and I want to say Laura Trump, that was back and forth, who said no, she was talking to Trump, and they debunked it because Republicans were saying, hey, it's bad enough. We don't want to, we want to call it like it is and be fair. So I think that's part of the reason that even you saw some Fox people saying, no, the anchors were fair. But again, they're just trying to be nice. These people are not nice. Look at who her ex-husband, Bash, is one of the 51, as we've talked about it, who claimed at the Steele dossier, it's all of this, Russia, all the truth of the laptop, blah, blah, blah. We know she should have recused herself. Mm-hmm. She's an operative. She's way over the top biased. And so to me, I thought Jake Tapper was the better of the two, but why they chose her, you know what I'm saying? Just why?
Yeah.
She's the same person who also came out and said, unfortunately for America, the Supreme Court got it right on the Trump getting put back on the ballot after the Colorado ruling. I mean, she's definitely worse than Jake. And Jake Tapper had his moments where he's compared Trump to Hitler. He's come out and he was acting surprised. Oh, I'm shocked after October 7th, all this anti-Semitism on the left. Like as if Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and AOC and all of these people didn't exist over the last couple of years. So, Jake Tapper is no angel. Dana Bash is certainly no angel. But I think for three reasons, right? There was a lot of pressure, especially after the Caroline Leavitt situation with Cassie Hunt. There was a lot of pressure on them to be on their best behavior. That's number one. Number two, they couldn't really carry the water for Joe Biden because Joe Biden wasn't carrying his own water at all. So if they were going great lengths to try and even the playing field because Joe Biden didn't show up to play, it would look even worse than if they had just gone ahead and done their job and let Joe Biden kind of sink himself. And then, obviously, like I said, reason number three, maybe they just decided to be professional. I don't think they woke up and decided to be professional one day and kind of act fair. I think they were just kind of hemmed into a box by the pressure they were put under after the Caroline Leavitt situation and the pressure of the guy that they obviously prefer would win the debate is incapable of winning. So they can't really interfere to level the playing field and equalize it because Joe Biden is a mess in and of himself. And so they were kind of stuck.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to carry water for somebody once that person's already spilt the water all over the dock, right?
Right.
I mean, you can't scoop back up the water. It's already gone. Let's get to clip 17 here. And we talked earlier about the polling possibilities and potential matchups if Joe steps aside, gets swapped out. We went through the list. But the reality is number 2 is Kamala Harris. But they can't jump Kamala Harris because that would spit in the face of DEI. And, oh, by the way, she's an African-American female, so it would be sexist and it would be racist to replace Kamala with a straight white man. And the reason why they can't go to Kamala, well, the Trump campaign laying out a beautiful montage. Clip 17 of who would be next in line. Take a listen.
Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time.
So the importance of community banks is they are, as they are called, they're in the community, led by members of the community. They are people who understand the capacity of the community,
Good to know.
the needs of the community, the culture of the community.
Yep.
Space is exciting.
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day. Every day it is time for us to agree that there are things and tools that are available to us to slow this thing down.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been, you know?
No, I don't. That should be the thought that wakes you up in the middle of the night at 2:45 in a cold sweat with your heart and your chest pounding. Because now we know Joe's only available between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So at 4:01 p.m. or at 4:01 a.m., if the you-know-what hits the fan and number 1 can't pick up the phone, number 2 has to take that phone call. And that right there, folks, is number 2. So for all the people out there, and we do have some liberals that listen to the show or tweet us or post in the YouTube chat. I mean, so when you say I'll vote for Joe Biden on his deathbed, just so you know, you're voting for that because there's a good chance. I would give it at least a 50-50 chance that if Biden wins re-election, he doesn't complete his second term. And that right there is number 1. And you think Xi or Putin or Little Rocket Man, Sean Farish, you think any of these characters out there with sinister intentions are concerned about her?
No, they're not. They're not concerned about any of them. And like I said, Putin wants President Biden to win because he's experienced and predictable. Those are Vladimir Putin's words, right? Vladimir Putin's words, experienced, predictable. All right, so he knows exactly what Joe Biden's going to do. But the Democrat Party's been soft on these countries forever. There's been no peace through strength. Okay, Putin took a bunch of territory under Obama. He took a bunch of territory under George W. Bush. He took nothing under Donald Trump. Nothing. Yep. Now he's back at war in Ukraine under Biden. One president exists where Vladimir Putin didn't do anything. Donald Trump met with Little Rock Command. I told him my button's bigger. It's a lot bigger. It's a huge button. It works. It works very well. Everybody loves the way it works. It's a tremendous button. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Got along very well with China. Got along very well with Putin. When Biden's with Putin, he does tootin' with Putin. It's terrible. You talk about number two. You kept saying number two. You kept saying number two, number two. There's a lot of number two, a lot of number two. Just ask the Pope. We understand that, who Crooked Joe just recently sniffed. You saw that too. Incredible. Yeah, I don't think any of these foreign leaders, I don't think anybody on the world stage is afraid of Biden or Kamala Harris, who is giving Joe Biden a run for his money with regards to getting through a sentence coherently. It's unreal. The fact that we have people, you said, Nick, I'll vote for Joe Biden on his deathbed. Great. You've proved that you, not me, you are the one in the cult, not me. I wear the MAGA hat. If Donald Trump was dying, I wouldn't be voting for Donald Trump because he's dying. He's on his deathbed. He can't run for president. I also think Donald Trump wouldn't run. It's the Democrats and the left is the party of the cultist. I'll vote for Joe Biden no matter what happens. Even if he's not alive, he's got my vote. You're basically sacrificing the country to a false deity at this point. It's really scary the way some of these people think.
Mm-hmm. Let's wrap up the cut sheet. It was bad enough we started with NBC and Kristen Welker. We'll wrap up with CBS and Face the Nation. This is Clip 18, boys. As new CBS polling, what Dawn alluded to, CBS/YouGov, notes that increasing numbers of voters don't think Biden should be running after the debate against Donald Trump. Clip 18.
We begin this morning with reaction to the first presidential debate of 2024. Our polling unit asked voters how they view the candidates now, including their cognitive health. The results are not encouraging for the president. The number of voters who say President Biden has the cognitive ability to serve has dropped from 35% earlier this month to 27% after the debate. That's the lowest number since CBS began asking voters that question last September. Nearly 3/4 of all registered voters now say he shouldn't be running, and nearly half of Democrats say he shouldn't remain the nominee, an extraordinary number for an incumbent who didn't face a competitive primary. We should also note that half of all voters also say former President Trump does not have the cognitive health to serve. Voters give former President Trump a significant edge, though, when asked which candidate explained his ideas clearly, inspired confidence, and appeared presidential.
Wow. Can we freeze that, Phil? Leave that last graphic up here with the 4 different categories. I want to read these for everybody that's not watching. This is the CBS News YouGov at the debate, which candidate with registered voters did. And there's 4 categories. Did they present their ideas clearly? Registered voters, Trump 47%, Biden 21%. Appeared presidential, which is something we always hear from the left. Donald Trump's just too rough for me. The mean tweets. It's not eloquent. It's not what we've always had in this country. He's not presidential. 46% to 28% over Biden. Inspired confidence, Trump 44%, Biden 18%. And explained plans and policies, Biden 35%, Trump 43%. Trump wins every single one of those categories from 8% up to 26%. But here's the one thing I would say for everybody that's been taking the social media victory lap for the last 3 or 4 days. It's one thing if they say Trump won the debate. It's another thing when they say Biden shouldn't be running. It does not mean that they're still not going to vote for Joe. Come Election Day, November 5th, or starting September 16th in Pennsylvania with early mail-in ballots. All of that said, you're still going to have some people that will vote for Joe as long as he's on the ballot and he's breathing. That's the standard. That's the baseline, right?
Yep.
Fetterman, Feinstein, as long as they are not clinically dead, they can still be voted for. That's the scary part of all of this, folks.
Yeah. They just want to win.
That's the cult.
Yep.
It's a cult. It's simply a cult. And then look, I admire their dedication. But you know, it is a cult. And that's why you find it funny. That's why I find it crazy. And I want to stress this when you're looking at polling. And listen, polling is not ironclad. It's not perfect. It's not flawless. There's many, many issues. But when you see a Republican like Trump leading over and over and over and over and over again nationally, in other words, in projections of the popular vote, that doesn't happen. So if he's up 4, 5, 7 in one of the newest polls from Ledger and the New York Post, up by 5 in a poll from Atlas Intel, which 538. Again, these are not friends. 538 is now owned by ABC, which is owned by Disney, not friends of Donald Trump. Nate Silver, who runs 538, coming out and saying that Atlas Intel is the most accurate pollster from 2020, is now projecting Donald Trump to win the popular vote by 5 points. That's a 40-state victory. I mean, it's like it looks close. So how is it that close? Because as you said, Nick, there are a number of people who are A, going to vote for Biden because he's a Democrat, he's their guy. B, going to vote against Trump. So this is the cult that we're talking about here. They love to do it. They love to accuse us of what they're doing.
855-839-1210. That'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 1. We'll get to Part 2 coming up an hour from now. We'll come back. We'll get to a big 3 from Dawn and then some of your calls, as well as a little break from Biden v. Trump. And we'll go to the culture wars as Tractor Supply ditches DEI. The story and the statement for a company that's very big right here in Pennsylvania. It's Kayal and Company on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way, quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Piazza Auto Group, I'm telling you folks, if you are in the market for a high-end luxury vehicle, can I entice you on the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe? I had the experience, the pleasure, the privilege of sampling this just about 10 weeks ago at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. What a vehicle. Sleek and stylish on the outside, as you would expect with Mercedes-Benz, and packed with advanced technology on the inside. Touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter, 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower, and it's available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Maybe you take the bike ride down on July 21st, and you stop by in Atlantic City, and you ride home in a Mercedes-Benz. How's that sound? Or shop online today, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick sent you.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Shut your mouth.
She says.
It is Kayal and Company, 8:37 as we roll on. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish, Stocker with the next couple of weeks off. We've got our man Dan from the Dom Show in this morning. By the way, Dan, are you double dipping today and still doing Dom Show?
Yeah, I'll be doing Dom Show and Dawn Show as well today, yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
so you're here for like 20 hours.
The marathon
Iron
today,
Man.
yes.
Marathon Dan.
Iron Man Dan.
Oh, I love it.
It's like
Iron Man Dan.
It's like 13 hours longer than Joe Biden works each day. It's good work out of you.
Working longer than he's awake.
There you go. We will get to this Tractor Supply Company story and your calls, but first, let's get to the news at 8:38. It is time for Dawn Stensland.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored by Discover Lancaster this morning. So, number one, let's talk about it as we think about what's going on here today in Pennsylvania for the second straight budget year. Pennsylvania and Governor Josh Shapiro, a little egg on his face because they failed to get across the finish line by the constitutional deadline in Pennsylvania of July 1st. So today's July 1st, missed the deadline. Shapiro in February had floated what he called this ambitious $48.3 billion budget plan that relied on $3 billion in reserve cash to balance it. Now, one of the dominant features is the issue of school vouchers, those lifeline vouchers. We've talked about it. Will they make it in or won't they? Republicans passed their own $3 billion tax cutting plan, which Democrats say would have a similar effect of wiping out a projected surplus of $14 billion. So the battle is, will you pay more taxes or less? It's a big showdown, and both sides expect that they will have a budget within the next week or two.
Yeah, take your time.
But
Take your
late
time.
again.
Well, now the updated polls show Trump's lead over Shapiro in a hypothetical matchup has gone from a 3% lead to 5% because he couldn't hit his deadline. That's according to the Nick Kayal School of Polling.
We also have the former president of a major Philadelphia labor union sentenced to 4 years in prison for his role in what the feds say was embezzlement of more than $600,000 in union funds. This is 64-year-old Brian Burrows of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, former president of Local 98 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW. He was also ordered in federal court in Reading to forfeit nearly $136,000 to pay an amount of restitution. That's going to be determined later. So these trials have been ongoing. We've reported on them for years now. What about his buddy Johnny Doc? John Doherty, Union's longtime business manager, convicted, of course, just last December of conspiracy, embezzlement, and other counts. Well, now Johnny Doc learns his fate, his sentencing, expected July 11th during that sentencing hearing here in Philadelphia. July 11th is, of course, the same day, July 11th, when DJT, Donald J. Trump, expects to be sentenced in a Manhattan court. It's just a weird coincidence, I guess. July 11th.
Yeah.
That one, I
My
just found that.
spidey senses have gone up, Dawn.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a huge coincidence.
Purely coincidental.
Totally.
I'm debating on the big three, number three. I'll go with Will Smith, Philadelphia's own Will Smith, releasing a new song, You Can Make It. So not political at all, but I'm happy for Will Smith. Oscar-winning actor, obviously, is
been 2 years, right?
Yeah, making a comeback.
Since he got slapped in the mouth?
Well, he slapped Chris Rock.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it was the other way around.
Right, and so releasing a brand new single entitled You Can Make It.
Yeah.
Rapper, actor, local guy.
Mm-hmm. I heard the BET Awards got political last night because Kamala Harris FaceTimed in.
Yeah.
You can see that video. Maybe we should, boys, see if we can have that for Cut Sheet Part 2. I always love when musical awards or movie awards or late night talk shows go super political because that's what you want to see in that setting. You know,
Right.
what was it? Jimmy Kimmel having his, was Kimmel's wife came on to talk about abortion? I'm sure that's what you sign up for when you see Kimmel in person.
Yeah, lovely, right?
Right.
So he's going to, and he performed the new song live on the BET Awards, like you said. I think it was actually released on Friday, but we're sang it live. I don't know that Will Smith got political.
Right.
I think he's just trying to survive and get over the slap. Let's talk about discovering Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster with Discover Lancaster's Farm Adventure Trail. Indulge in fresh farm-to-table dining. Explore historic farm attractions. Befriend baby animals. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. That's our big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:43 as we continue here. 855-839-1210. So we're going to take a couple of phone calls here. I want to start on line number one because we have Chris Matthews' nephew, who's one of our big listeners, Jimmy Matthews. And I didn't even know this. Jimmy lives in my neck of the woods in Bluebell. And Jimmy, I would say, is one of those people that skews left, but still likes Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and he wants to butt heads with our own Sean Farish. So I'm going to tee you guys up and sit back and have a cigarette. You guys knock yourself out. Go right ahead, Jimmy.
Hey, Sean, how are you this morning?
Jimmy, I'm doing good. Good to talk to you.
What was that you said about my uncle?
Well, I said that he made comments that he was happy that Hurricane Sandy happened, and we have clips and we have articles and we have quotes that prove it. He actually apologized for saying it. So you mentioned he never said that, and I quote you in the YouTube chat, 1,000,000% wrong. So I'm curious as to what you mean by that.
I didn't mean that. I was following what Don said, and Don quickly came back and said that he had a lengthy apology the next day on the air.
Okay. And that proves what? He still said that he was glad the storm happened on election night. And he even mentioned that he was politically, and that's great. And that's great. And that's great that he apologized for it. I'm very happy that he apologized for it. When's the last time the left ever made an exception that somebody on the right apologized and they moved on from it? Never happens. Never happens.
Listen, Sean, I'm calling because of the fact that you said you wanted to come and take down my uncle for something he apologized for completely.
When did I say I wanted to take him down?
Well, let's run the tape on what you said you wanted to do to him.
Oh, I said I'd assault them in public. I mean, listen. I mean, this is the type of thing when you come from a listen to me, Matt, Jimmy.
Does Trump say that?
Jimmy. I've never heard Trump say he wanted to assault anybody in public. Number one. Number two, when your uncle and I understand that you are emotionally attached, and there's another side of this to this, right? When your uncle makes a comment about the place where I lived, where I had to clean up some of this stuff, where I helped our community. I worked in a paint store where I was delivering hundreds of gallons a day to Long Beach, Long Island, who had their homes, Jimmy, flattened, gone, wiped off the face of the earth. There was no. There are still
on the line,
Jimmy,
and he basically came out and said he did something wrong and was stupid saying it.
Yes, yeah, he did say it, and you told me he didn't say it. No, but Jimmy, the point is,
I never said that.
You literally said in the YouTube chat. He never said that.
I said that he apologized. I'm telling you that he apologized.
And listen, and I'm saying if he apologized, and if he did apologize, and he did say that he apologized, you first started off in the YouTube chat saying he never said it.
Now that he apologized.
He said he apologized.
You still want to assault my uncle?
I want your uncle to face very severe consequences. He should not be working for MSNBC. He should not be in the limelight. If that was somebody on the right,
not.
If that was,
are you kidding
excuse me, if that was Tucker Carlson, he would have been out of a job. And Jimmy, if that was Tucker Carlson, he would have been out of a job, and you would have been the first person on the line. You know it as well as I know it. And when we talk about quotes, and you talk about what people said and what people didn't say, and you did say that your uncle, a shameful human being, you said he never said what he said. He was happy that a storm came through. The only reason he apologized, Jimmy, is because he got caught. He still means it, and you know it. This is not a good person. I'm sorry. I know it must hurt to hear that your uncle is an awful human being. I'm sorry, Jimmy. That's not my uncle. That's your uncle. You got to live with that. When you make a comment like that, after what Hurricane Sandy did to Long Island, after what Hurricane Sandy did to New Jersey, could you imagine if somebody made the comment about Trump that there was a war? Oh, I'm so happy that there's a war in Israel because it sinks Joe Biden's campaign. You would be upset with it. I would be upset with it. That's why I'm upset with Chris, and he can apologize all he wants. I have never seen the left ever in my life take somebody on the right who has apologized and say, yeah, you're right, let's shake hands and move away. It will never, ever happen. And while we're talking about things that people say, do you think that Donald Trump called neo-Nazis very fine people, Jimmy? Do you think that's something that happened? Do you think he told someone to inject bleach? Do you think that's something that happened? Do you think that's something Trump should apologize for? He never said those things either. But you guys run around with those lies. Chris Matthews did say he was glad that Hurricane Sandy happened. He said, I'm glad we had that storm last week. It wasn't even a week, Jimmy. It wasn't even a week before he made those comments. And he apologized because his job was on the line, because he knew he made a mistake that could have ended his career, and it should have ended his career. What he said was disgusting. There are still people on Long Island who don't have their homes back. This happened in 2012. It's been 12 years. And your uncle, I don't care how many beautiful Christmas gifts he's gotten you, your uncle said on national television that he was happy that storm happened because Barack Obama won. He should be ashamed of himself. I don't care if he apologizes 1,000 times. I despise your uncle, Jimmy. I despise him.
All right, so I have, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, we have what Chris Matthews said initially, and then the second one is the apology. Is that correct?
Yep, two separate clips here.
All right, let's hear the initial comments that we are talking about here in this battle between Sean and Jimmy. Clip one, go right ahead.
Took it, as somebody said it, with coolness and charm and dignity, and just took it and kept moving forward and doing his job. And the American people, and I know we look at these percentage, 40% of the white vote, fine. That's about right among Democrats the last couple cycles, 3 cycles or 4. Good work for them, good work for him, a good day for America. I'm so glad we had that storm last week, because I think the storm was one of those things. No, politically, I should say, not in terms of hurting people. The storm brought in possibilities for good politics.
All right, so there's the first clip. Sean, anything you want to add to that or reaction before we play the apology?
Yeah, as if he didn't know he was doing something wrong in real time. Where he goes, well, no, not in terms of hurting people. Well, what do you mean? Because the storm only was talked about because it hurt people, because it destroyed people's lives, because it took people's homes down. I've seen it firsthand. He knew it right away. Where what he said was wrong and disgusting. He knew it. He knew it when he said it, and he still said it. And it is absolutely abhorrent that we have people, I don't care if he's your uncle, that we're carrying water for those comments. And he can apologize all he wants. I've never seen the left accept an apology and move on. So you know what? I'm going to play the same game that they're playing. If you don't like it, we can go back to the old rules when the left decides they want to go back to the old rules too.
All right, let's hear the Chris Matthews apology. This is clip number 2.
Sad personal note. I was on last night for 10 hours straight from 5 in the evening till 3 in the morning. At a few minutes to 3, I said something terrible. I said that I was glad about the coming of Tropical Storm Sandy because of its impact on this national campaign. It was a terrible thing to say, period. I could say it was because I was tired, but the fact is I wasn't thinking of the horrible mess this storm has made of people's real lives up here in New York and elsewhere. It's not till you read the local newspapers around here that you see and know the horror this has wreaked on people's lives. In fact, very good people's lives.
All right, so there's your apology. And Sean Farish, you are not accepting that, is what I gather? Okay.
No, because he said he wasn't thinking of the mess that it caused. When in the original clip, he was thinking of the mess that it caused. He said, well, I'm not talking about it hurting people. He knows it devastated people's lives. He said it in the first clip. He knows what he said. He knows it. So he's out there lying because as his nephew just told us live on the air, his job was on the line. That's the only reason why he apologized. He didn't apologize because he had some sort of realization, some sort of come to Jesus moment, or his conscience got the better of him. And, hey, I shouldn't have said that. He said that because his paychecks, he said that because his job was on the line. He didn't say that out of compassion for anybody, or he never would have said what he said in the first place. No, I'm not accepting the apology also because I'm going to play this game by the left's rules. If the left will never accept an apology from somebody coming from my position ever. We've seen it happen a million times. You want to go back to, you have athletes who are saying things. Anthony Bass, for instance, last year in Toronto, he spoke out against Pride Night. The guy was released even after he apologized with a little hostage video. They don't accept apologies, so guess what? I don't care if he's your uncle, if he's your father, if he's your brother. I don't accept his apologies. I know what this man stands for. I've seen enough of him on television. He should not have a career anymore. Playing by the left's rules. You don't like cancel culture? Go to the left-wing overlords at MSNBC and CNN and CBS and NPR and the Washington Post and take it up with them. Those are your rules. I'm playing by them. If you don't like it, we can go back to the old rules, but only when you agree first. No, I don't accept that apology. I don't accept it one bit. I think it's a bunch of nonsense, and I think he's contradicting himself in the apology when he talks about how he said, well, I didn't think about how much of a mess it caused, when in all actuality, in the original clip, he mentions, well, I'm not talking about how it hurt people. So he knew it was a devastating thing for people. Everybody knew it was a devastating thing for people. And he still said it. And he said it because he was glad Obama won. And that is disgusting. That is the typical never let a crisis go to waste. That was one of our worst moments on Long Island. People were without gas. They couldn't get around. Houses were washed away. There was no power. It was devastating. And I have a guy laughing about it, yucking it up on TV because his candidate won. He's glad the storm happened. No, you could take your apology and you can shove it anywhere, but don't shove it down my throat because I'm not accepting it.
Well, and I'm so glad you brought up cancel culture because those are the things that infuriate me so much with the left beyond just their hypocrisy. The moment they hear something they don't like, the moment that something is said tongue-in-cheek or out of context, they want to be the ones that are judge, jury, and executioner of your entire existence, whether you say it in front of a microphone, on camera, on social media, especially on social media. If you ever post anything on any platform that they disagree with, they come after you. And I think that's what separates those on the right versus those on the left. And I think the perfect example to illustrate is what we had last summer in the summer of boycotts. Republicans, conservatives, free speech absolutists, whatever you want to call them, some libertarians perhaps, we go after the corporations and hit them where it hurts in their wallet. Bud Light, Kohl's, Target, Pride merchandise, things like that. Dylan Mulvaney. What the left likes to do, because by the way, Bud Light, Target, Kohl, they're going to be just fine. Stock might have plummeted. And what did we see? Bud Light's beer went down. Modelo went up and rose to number one. I think they're kind of under the same umbrella. But what the left likes to do is they like to go after the little person, the person that lives paycheck to paycheck, and get them canceled. And not only get them canceled, but they are the ones that will say, we'll let you know when we've had enough and we've moved on. And what the left is doing now, especially in the Israel-Palestine conflict, the left is devouring their own. So they go after the right, and then eventually woke devours woke. And that's all about what cancel culture thrives on. There's always the target. And I don't blame you for what you said about not accepting the apology, because how many times have they mischaracterized something Trump has said? Or not even Trump, just any everyday Republican. And things are taken out of context. And it's like, well, no, you said blah, blah. And you almost have no defense back to them, and then they just shout you down. But I thought you did a good job handling that.
I will never forget that. I remember watching. I was in college. I remember Hurricane Sandy when that guy said that. Oh, you're happy that the storm happened and all of those different things. And then he comes out the next day and, well, I'm not talking about how much of a mess. Well, we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie because you came out and said, I'm not talking about all the hurting, all out of politics. I would never, ever look at a tragedy, and I don't think anybody should. And it was there were tragic. There were very, very tragic stories that came from Sandy, financially tragic, catastrophic, damage all over the place. Some places that tri-state area have not rebuilt yet. Still, 12 years later. You don't take a tragedy and say, oh, I'm happy that it happened because my political candidate won. Could you imagine? And if anybody did say this in 2004 when George W. Bush beat John Kerry, well, I'm happy we had 9/11 because now Bush is with them. They should be mocked and shamed too. I am not going to take an event, whether it's natural or it's a war or anything, where people are losing their lives, their livelihoods, their property. And I'm going to say, oh, I'm so happy that this happened because now Trump got a bump in the polls. Absolutely not. If I ever said something like that, you shouldn't believe the apology, right? I mean, because it's horrible. It's just there are things you don't say, and especially when something like that happens a week ago. I'm happy the storm happened last week. It was a week old. There were people who still didn't have their lights on yet when he made those comments. They still didn't even have their lights on. They haven't been into their homes, and he makes those comments. So whether he wasn't thinking about the mess that it caused, or he wasn't thinking, period, all Chris Matthews was doing in that moment was thinking about Chris Matthews. He didn't give a damn about anybody else. He was thinking about Chris Matthews and Chris Matthews only. And that's fine. He wants to do that. That's totally fine. But don't come to me the next day and go, oh, I'm so sorry for what I said, because you're not. Because you are happy that Obama got reelected, and you do think Hurricane Sandy played a role in his reelection, and you are happy that we had to deal with that storm because your guy won. You don't care about all the pieces we had to pick up. You don't care about all the people who got their lives destroyed. You don't, or you wouldn't have said it in the first place. So spare me the nonsense apology. I'm not accepting it. Again, I'm playing by the left's rules. I'm playing by their rules. If you don't like it, that's on them.
Kurt Roth tweeting, Hurricane Sandy killed 117 people. All right, 8:58. We'll come back, kick off the 9 o'clock hour. I got so many cuts to get to. We've got the cut sheet part due in about a half hour. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. And then also wait until you hear what Tractor Supply Company is doing with DEI. As we continue, 9 o'clock hour is on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
My name is John Smirga.
Jimmy, how you
I'm from
doing?
Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Crash-proof retirement is a means of taking your wealth and protecting it against the market volatilities so you don't lose anything. The ceiling is high as you can get, but the floor is zero, so you never lose any money. I've made an average of 4 or 5% each year, but then I make 4 or 5% on that 4 and 5%, compounding interest on top of interest. I'm not worried about volatility in the market. I'm not worried about inflation. The Crash-Proof Retirement System has taken that angst out of play.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, July 23rd. The event is followed by complimentary dinner. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things you love? Dawn Stensland here. I'm talking about bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulder. There are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, and I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've helped so many people here and tens of thousands more across the country. So if you're living with chronic joint pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility. No downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a realtor can help answer. Because realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, if you're tired of your old kitchen or bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. Call them today. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And let's face it, with a new vanity and maybe a tub shower conversion, You're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, they offer an industry-leading warranty. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 30% off select door styles and colors. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9:05, fourth and final hour underway. It is a Monday morning short week here on Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker out this week and next week. Our buddy Sean Ferris from Nashville joining us today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. We've got Dan from the Dom Show. Got to be careful how fast you say that. I said it the first time. I got all caught up like Biden at a debate. He's on the board today. Phil's in the back doing whatever Phil does. I'm joking, Phil. Phil's handling the phone calls, the video, and, of course, his moment to shine in about 45 minutes with our Today in Music History.
Which is awesome.
Clip. Yeah, it's great. I love when he throws in the little sidebar commentary as well. We've got our morning mystery movie clip in less than 15 minutes, cut sheet part due at the bottom of the hour, and so much more. And, of course, we are on SCOTUS Immunity Ruling Watch today, as we are probably just about an hour away from those rulings coming out, most notably presidential immunity with Donald Trump. And, of course, if you missed any of the show this morning, ranging from Biden's rally and his, quote, bounce-back effort on Friday, SCOTUS and J6 prisoner ruling, and also some of the fallout from who's calling the shots, Dems in panic mode, Hunter Biden now advising Joe Biden. You can get all of that on the Odyssey app or go back and watch the show. A couple of things outside of the world of the election that I want to get to here for the next 7 or 8 minutes. I saw this story come out late last week, and we didn't get time to get into it on Friday. I think it came out on Thursday. And they do a lot of business in Pennsylvania, and they're also headquartered in Tennessee. And that is Tractor Supply Company, which I think many people are familiar with when you see some of their machinery. Maybe some of you own some of their products. Maybe some of you work in an industry where their products are featured. The headline from Fox Business, Tractor Supply no longer going woke, eliminates DEI goals. Tractor Supply Company is getting rid of several initiatives that some social media users and customers have slammed in recent years as being, quote, woke. The farming supplies retailer, which is headquartered in Tennessee, on Thursday, said it will, quote, ensure that our activities and giving tie directly to our business moving forward. And you can see the official statement from the company up on YouTube right now, which I will read a few of those bullet points for you in a moment if you are unable to watch. Tractor Supply said it will cease the sponsorship of non-business activities such as pride festivals and voting campaigns with the intention to focus more on rural America priorities. The company said it will also drop diversity, equity, and inclusion goals that it had previously set for itself. DEI positions at Tractor Supply also will get axed, according to the company, and it will also cease sending data to Human Rights Campaign and LGBTQ advocacy group. I mean, surprise, surprise, go figure. Talk about the light bulb going on in the 23rd hour of the day. If you sell tractors and you sell farming equipment, here's an idea. Just sell the product that you're in business to sell and make a profit off of. And this has nothing to do specifically with tractor companies. I would say the same thing to sneaker companies or any other company under the sun with these absurd social credit score pushed narratives where BlackRock and Vanguard and Larry Fink and all of these bigwig uppity-ups, as Don likes to say. Remember, and I'll never forget this quote. I'm going to take this quote with me till the day I die. Larry Fink of BlackRock saying, "We are going to force a change in the behavior of society." I'm sorry, I don't like things forced on me, period. I don't like mandates. But when you're one of these companies, you have to kind of juggle the because my sister is a big HR executive for a Fortune 500 company, and she doesn't subscribe to any of this DEI nonsense. She's a Republican, she's a conservative, but to keep her job, she's got to type up these summits and these meetings and go through all this rigmarole that would make me puke out of my eyeballs. She goes through with it because it's her job. But she says the balancing act they have to do is have that high social credit score, but they're only going to stick with that until their profits plummet or their stocks decline. Once these big corporate CEOs that talk a big game start to get hit in their wallets, then all of a sudden there's this 180 or 360 pivot. And I think that's exactly what's happening here with Tractor Supply Company as they're ditching all of this. Sean and Dawn, I'm hoping this is another company, another step in the right direction of ending the absurdity of the last 4 years where we don't give people job based on merit. We give jobs to people based on what their gender is, their sexual orientation, or what their politics are. Just hire the best people for the job. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Amen.
That's the best way to do it. Just merit-based. And a big shout out to Tennessee's own Robbie Starbuck, who is the one who started breaking this story a few weeks ago. This shows you that the people still have the power. If you want a company to change what it's doing, hit them where it hurts the most. Have you noticed Target's Pride displays are smaller this year? Have you noticed there haven't been any stories coming out of Kohl's? Because last year, Bud Light, all of that, we made those companies pay. And I give Tractor Supply a ton of credit here for, instead of doubling down and telling people, shut up and buy my stuff, you said, you know what? My customers don't want us to do this. We're going to change. We're going to say, we're sorry for doing it. We're going to eliminate all of the problems, and we're going to get back to what made us a great company to begin with, and that was selling tractors or outdoor supply stuff. I buy all my flannel shirts from Tractor Supply. I love the place. I love it. It hurt me when I saw it. I was like, no, now I can't go to Tractor Supply. But you know what? They earned me back. They said, we're getting rid of the DEI. They made their apology, and they made it stick. They made it count. They proved they weren't just empty words. They made it count by getting rid of all of the problems or the root of the problems that arose from that. I want to see more companies do what Tractor Supply did, because instead of coming out like Bud Light did last year and go, oh, well, we want to distance ourselves from the frat boy thing. Those are your customers. Stop trying to distance yourself from the customer. It's like if Nike came out and says, well, we want to get away from people with feet. You need people with feet to sell shoes, right? Like this is what it is. Why not instead go, all right, we didn't realize our customers felt this way. We're going to eliminate what our customers don't like, the majority of them, and we're going to get back to doing what we do very well. I saw this yesterday in the Portland airport. Pride displays all over the Southwest. Guys, fly the planes, land the planes, give me my little tiny bag of snacks in the middle of the flight, and that's all we need, okay? Let me know when there's going to be turbulence. Turn the seatbelt sign on, turn it off. That's all we need, okay? We don't need all the fanfare and virtue signaling. All we need you to do is do what your company exists to do. Provide the goods and provide the services. So shout out to Robbie Starbuck and shout out to Tractor Supply, who did the right thing, realized they made a mistake, apologized for the mistake, and then took actionable steps after apologizing to prove to their customer base that they meant it. That's what I love about what Tractor Supply did.
And here's the other thing too, Dawn. You would think like companies like Tractor Supply Company, Kohl's, Target, Bud Light, they would have seen what happened 8 years ago to ESPN when ESPN started to get political. And I'll just take off my partisan hat for a moment and be bipartisan or just completely neutral. If your lane is not politics, don't go into it. I would say this, as much as I like Trump and most Republican policies, when I go out to eat, now, I mean, if I get a waiter that's wearing a MAGA hat, maybe I'll give him a little fist pound. Not that a waiter would be wearing one, but when I'm like in a venue or a setting that is not political, I don't want you making it political, even if it is something I subscribe to. Dawn, you do 30 hours a week of radio. I would imagine if you go out somewhere for an entertaining night with your husband or your boys, maybe the last thing you want, even if it is partisan in your direction that you subscribe to, you just don't want to be clobbered over the head with it, because entertainment is supposed to be an escape from reality. You're not supposed to be selling us more of the division and drama in a venue where we're not expecting or signing up for that in the first place. That's what I've never understood with these companies.
Well, and I think part of it is when you are a conservative, your inclination is because what do you believe in? If you're a conservative, you want everybody to do their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
You believe in that. You believe in the conversation. That's why the left always has the problem with us. We don't have as much of a problem with somebody else because you go, hey, you be you, but leave me alone.
Mm-hmm.
Let me be free.
Right.
The problem here that we've now all learned, and that was part of I think, the overall picture. If you heard Sean Farish talking to Jimmy Matthews, that's really what your conversation is about, is saying, you know what? We as conservatives have to learn the lesson that the left never lets go. So how do we navigate through that to say, okay, I mean, I guess you can forgive, but never forget, which is what a wife does. So you have to, see, that's what conservatives have to, you have to be more like a wife. You can forgive, but you never forget.
Right.
You always have the trump card.
Right. And as the Canadian Cancer Society said, wives, they now have trans-friendly front holes. Never forget that, folks.
Oh, my goodness.
My God, I don't know where I pulled that from.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. 855-839-1210. Our morning mystery movie clip is coming up on the other side. And then I've got about 14 more pages of clips. We'll get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 as we continue. Kayal and Company, Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
LifeSurge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time National Football Champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's LifeSurge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
Call 811 if you have some groundwork to do. Utilities are under you, and it's all good until they spew. Oops, now all on your lawn. It smells like a porta-john. Should've just called 811. It's a real human stinky bomb.
Call 811 before you dig and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For more info, visit pa1call.org.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I'd like to invite you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar this Wednesday, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work this Wednesday. Come on, it's Independence Day. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We can beat them forever and ever. Oh, we can be heroes just for one day.
9:21, it is Kayal and Company as we continue live here on a Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, coming up at 9:35. But right now, it's shortly after 9:21. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
That's the hype. Newest, latest. Let me tell you the story of right hand, left hand. It's a tale of good and evil. Hate. It was with this hand that Cain iced his brother. Love. These 5 fingers, they go straight to the soul of man. The right hand, the hand of love. The story of life is this. Static. One hand is always fighting the other hand.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, how about this today? You will get a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's coming up on Saturday, July 13th at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey. The show is a musical tribute to Philadelphia sports featuring all of Joe Conklin's great impressions, plus songs with Joe's daughter, his brothers, and many guest performers. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. But right now, caller 12, if you have the correct answer at 855-839-1210, you will win a pair of tickets. And that's coming up 2 Saturdays from 2 days ago, just about 12 days from now. Best of luck. All right, a couple of things to get to here. As Sean Ferris just sent me this story from about 9 months ago in the New York Post. And this is, and I'll let you get into this, Sean, but these are the kind of headlines that infuriate me. When people on the left use outlandish hyperbole, like dealing with somebody that differs from your beliefs politically and comparing it to terrorism and fighting terrorists. This is like the people that tried to say January 6th was the equivalent to 9/11 or Pearl Harbor or things like that. That's where I think the fringe radical left even loses some of the moderate Democrats, certainly the independents, and maybe even kind of the old school classic liberals like a Bill Maher, who in no way, shape, or form likes Donald Trump, but hears these outlandish analogies and rolls their eyes and does a monologue on how stupid they've become.
Yeah, you know, it's insane. And this is the crazy part, right? So we get someone enraged that I say, oh, I want to assault. let me be completely clear. All right. I'm not going to go out of my way and find Chris Matthews. I don't want anybody to hurt Chris Matthews. Okay. That's not what I want. But if I was in a room with him, I would be very upset with him. Let me tell you because of what he said. And it's not just 2012. It's this stuff. Because when we talk now about violence and polarizing people, when you repeatedly call people like me a terrorist or compare it, what does that do to the people who are watching you on your network, right? When someone says pushing back against rural rage is like pushing back or fighting, the word fighting, terrorism, one could deduce that you're inciting violence. One could say that you're going to convince people to step up to those rural voters and do what we do to terrorists. We don't be nice to terrorists. Well, Biden's very nice to terrorists. But if you're going to be upset with, the fact that I'm upset with Matthews over comments like that, well, can we look at Chris Matthews and what he said on December 28th, 2023, very recently when he compared rural voters pushing against the liberal elites. He compared it to fighting terrorism. When you fight terrorism, you're looking to completely exterminate and eliminate a threat. Is that what Chris Matthews wants to happen to me? Is that what he wants to happen to other quote unquote rural voters? Right? I mean, this is the type of stuff that I'm talking about, right? And so to be clear, right, so nobody takes the words out of context, I'm not at all encouraging anybody to do anything to Chris Matthews or his home. I'm not a liberal, okay? But if we were in a mano-a-mano situation, a man-to-man situation in the old days, there was a way where things like that got handled. I'm not going out of my way to do it. I don't want to do it, and I'd probably make him swing first because so I don't get in trouble. I'm only kidding. This is how mad it got me, these comments, okay, about Hurricane Sandy. But it's not just Sandy. It's this idea that if somebody who thinks like me, they're now a terrorist. Somebody who doesn't like your candidate, your liberal elites, you're now a terrorist. This is a problem. Maxine Waters has done it. And these are the type of comments that have actually resulted in real harm coming to conservatives. Steve Scalise almost died because of it, right? So if we're going to talk about violence and we're going to talk about threats, let's look to the left, okay, who are making actual, credible, actionable calls to violence that are being responded to. These are things that are being responded to. Steve Scalise did not get shot on accident, right? It didn't happen on accident. It happened because these followers have been radicalized because of people like Bernie Sanders, because of the mainstream media, because we've decided that MAGA supporters are terrorists. Joe Biden has described Trump supporters in that way. Folks on the mainstream media have described Trump supporters in that way. Folks who have been elected to office have called Trump supporters these things. People in New York have compared me to Timothy McVeigh because I attended a school board meeting and said we need to get rid of DEI in education because it's not teaching children to grow up in the right mindset, right? So if we're going to be upset with quote unquote calls to violence, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm not telling people to go ahead and do any of that type of stuff to Chris Matthews, right? I'm saying I'm angry with him because this man has been allowed to call for violence and has been allowed to gloat on over other people's misfortune for years, where if this happened on the right, it would be a major, major issue. The man's not innocent in any way, shape, or form, and the hypocrisy is astounding. It is astounding that about 6 months ago, he's out there comparing people like me to terrorism and fighting terrorism. Should I feel afraid that somebody who watches his show is going to show up at my door and think they're taking down a terrorist because I vote for Donald Trump? Maybe I should, because it has happened to other people. And that is the type of thing. That is why I have such an issue with that individual. And not just him. It's the entire apparatus. They're all the same. They're all doing it. And it's dangerous. It's very dangerous.
Producer Dan doing a great job. We actually have that audio to the story you're referencing. Dan Borowski, nice work. Let's play this. This is where Matthews calls rural conservatives cult members, and it's like fighting against terrorists. Here you go.
I think voters have got to take their hand in this election and don't wait for the government to do it because, this election is going to be close. And it's going to be very close in a place like Pennsylvania. And you're going to have rural people out there voting their craziness about the cult. So you better be there to match them.
Very interesting that you would call people a cult or call the battle against Republicans like fighting terrorists, because I believe it was under Joe Biden's watch just in the last few weeks that 8 ISIS terrorists came up through the southern border, some of which ended up in Philadelphia. 855-839-1210, the number. But there's 74 million terrorists in this country, according to, Chris Matthews. Let's get to this last story before we get to our last break, and then we're going to get to the cut sheet. Kamala Harris just got absolutely eviscerated on Twitter as the official Kamala Harris Twitter account this morning posted the following. Donald Trump would ban abortion nationwide. President Joe Biden and I will do everything in our power to stop him and restore women's reproductive freedom, to which she got fact-checked with multiple links to CNN, BBC, the AP News, and the New York Times, amongst others, to which Elon Musk just tweeted at 9:03 this morning, when will politicians, or at least the intern who runs their account, learn that lying on this platform doesn't work anymore? How about that? Kamala Harris trying to do a little damage control, or somebody that runs one of her accounts, and quickly community noted, which I think is a great feature for X. All right, quick break. We'll come back, get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2. We still have a litany of clips to play, from award shows to people having meltdowns on social media. It's all still ahead. It's Kayal and Company live on a Monday morning, and we're back after this.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's hot out there, and your inefficient windows mean high utility bills all year long. Window Nation sells some of the most energy-efficient windows you can buy and was recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free, plus 0 down, and no interest or payments for 2 years. Stop paying more than you have to. Schedule an in-home estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love, with flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navient's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This segment on Kayal and Company, sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster with Discover Lancaster's Wheels and Waterways Trail. Explore an antique auto museum, paddle scenic creeks, enjoy a train ride on America's oldest continuously operated railroad. Just 90 minutes from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com, discoverlancaster.com.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:37, continuing live here on a Monday morning. What happened today in music history? We'll find out in about 13 minutes, as well as what's on tap for The Dawn Show as Immunity Watch is pending. Supreme Court decision coming down probably within the next, I would say, 45 to 90 minutes. And, of course, Dawn will be all over that if and when that occurs during her show. All right, we have our winner of our morning mystery movie clip, and that is Paul in South Jersey. Paul, good morning. What movie clip did we just play a few minutes ago for you, sir?
Good morning. The movie is Do All the Right Things.
That is correct, and you've got the tickets to see Joe Conklin coming up on July 13th.
Great. Thank you so much.
You got it. There he is, Paul in South Jersey, our winner this morning, and we'll have more of those tickets, I would presume, this week. All right, 9:38, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2.
All right, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We got about 5 or 6 goodies in store for you, and we're going to begin here, boys, with clip number 5. We talked a lot this morning in the first hour and 20 minutes of the show, and probably half of the first round of the Cut Sheet, the debate, and Joe Biden's cognitive state. This is NBC asking whether or not Joe Biden should take a cognitive exam before the election and release those results. This was Raphael Warnock, who, if you recall, in 2022 had that competitive battle against Herschel Walker in the fall primaries. Take a listen. Here's clip number 5.
The White House released a summary of the president's annual physical back in February. No cognitive exam was done at the time. For the sake of transparency, should President Biden take a cognitive exam before the election and release those results?
Listen, in the course of an election, and I'm not a part of the campaign, in the course of an election, we ought to test these men. And they ought to be out there in front of the public. We ought to see who they are. And quite frankly, the more I hear Donald Trump talking, the more nervous I become. I don't need.
So is that a yes to a
Donald
cognitive
Trump's
test?
cognitive exam.
Is that
well,
a
listen,
yes?
I'm not a doctor. Listen, it's not something, quite frankly, I've even thought about.
So, but you are thinking about how nervous you are over a second term of Donald Trump, because your guy, Joe Biden, I think hands down, would fail every single cognitive test he is given. I don't think if you took him on a driver's license test right now, he would pass that. But I'd be all for this. Would you guys be on board with cognitive tests for people when we get to this level of politics after a certain age?
Sure, if it's consistent.
Sorry, go ahead, Don.
If it's consistent.
Yes, I mean both parties, both sides. Yeah. Would you be on board with that, Sean?
I would be. I would be fine if it's the same test administered by the same doctor, and it has to be somebody who is, impartial. Go back and look at the history. I don't want to know. Basically, I don't want to know who the doctor votes for, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it to be obvious based off of the doctor's social media if he or she has a profile, which way they lean. I don't want a right-leaning person, like let's say Ronnie Jackson. I don't want him to be doing it because he's biased. He's biased towards my guy, but he's still biased. I like Ronnie. I respect him. I've met him. He's a very nice person. He's a very smart guy. I think he would do an impartial job. I think he's capable of it. But let's take bias out of the equation. I think we should be testing the presidential candidates because if they do fail, the voters should know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they should know that the guy that you're supporting is essentially a vegetable.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need that as a country. So yes, I would support it.
I agree. Get everybody together, get representatives from both sides of the aisle. Make sure there's no shenanigans. Make sure it's a third-party independent doctor with no political bias one way or the other. Vet them properly. Both sides get the results, and then there's no conflicting messages. There's no misinformation, cheap fakes, deep fakes, this, that, and everything else under the sun. So I mentioned Tractor Supply Company is ditching DEI, but this story, courtesy of our friends on X and Wokeness, point out how DEI is still preventing some exceptionally qualified candidates from getting into college, including this guy who is of Asian descent. His GPA score is 97.3%. He got a 1560 on his SATs, and he's got extracurriculars out the wazoo, but he was not admitted, and he was placed on a wait list in the name of equity and inclusion. Take a listen. This is clip 14. Go.
A school does not want to admit me because I'm Asian American, then there's not much I can do about that because it's a part of me that I just can't get rid of.
By all accounts, David is an academically exceptional student with an impressive resume of accomplishments and extracurriculars. His high school, Stuyvesant in New York City, is one of the top-rated public schools in the country.
My GPA is 97.3 out of 100. My SAT score is 1560. And extracurricular-wise, I'm one of the captains for the Stuyvesant math team. I'm a team captain for the New York City math team. I'm the starting right side for our school's volleyball team. I'm in the All-City Latin Jazz ensemble.
He applied early decision to Harvard. In December, he found out the college deferred him.
If it's deferred, that means I still have a chance. We love you, all right? Thank you.
Then more disappointing news over the next few months as he began to hear back from the over dozen schools that he applied to.
No Yale, waitlist, no Princeton. It was all like bad news or results I wouldn't have expected, like reject, waitlist.
In March, he learned Harvard had rejected him.
I feel like I also owe it to my parents to sort of make them proud. And I feel like by not getting into Harvard, I was sort of disappointing them. But more importantly, I was disappointing myself.
That's source courtesy of Nightline. No, it's not. You didn't disappoint your parents, buddy. These insane institutions like Harvard and Princeton, which from a PR standpoint, since October 7th, have gone straight into the gutter with what they permitted with anti-Semitism on their campus. We already know they will disregard white people, even if they are qualified to hit, quote, admission quotas. And now you have somebody that's Asian who's 2.7% below perfect. I think the SAT, the highest you can get, is 1,600. He's 40 points below perfect there. Plays volleyball, plays musical instruments, and he's told he has to be on a wait list? I mean, what are we doing here? Are we really lowering the bar across the board so we can have everybody that looks differently but they all think the same. And I have no idea what this guy's political background is. He might be super left as well, but this shouldn't matter. This guy should be in based on his merits alone.
Yeah, and we've seen the discrimination against Asian Americans in particular. So whether it's at the collegiate level, we even saw the story, that prompted the Supreme Court ruling, and that involved high school students who were denied scholarships. So this is something that should be explored. His case should be explored. Who else was put ahead of him and why?
Mm-hmm. And I want to see those persons' transcripts.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's illegal. All right, let's wrap up with a little bit of fun. Are you ready for this? We're going to go right down to Nashville, Tennessee. We're going to go right to Sean Farrish's backyard.
Oh, I know where this is going.
This is clip
16.
I mean, all the viral moments on social media with beautiful women seem to happen in Nashville, Tennessee. If you want crazy, deranged, ugly women on TikTok, you go to like Portland, New York, or somewhere else. But if you want hot women,
Philadelphia.
You go Philadelphia. That's correct. You're darn right. But if you want hot women doing great things, you go down to Nashville, Tennessee. She broke the internet over the last 2 weeks, and apparently she was called up on stage at a Zach Bryan concert. Here's Hawk to a Girl live on stage. Clip 16. Some people get Bruce, some get Hawk Tua. Yeah, baby, sing it. There we go. Sean Farish, you live down there now. You see it all the time when you go down to Broadway. Hats, boots, and short jeans. I don't have any issue with what she was wearing. Just saying. Dawn, you can throw something at me.
Listen, not a good singer, though.
No,
I will say that.
Terrible.
Terrible voice. Stick to the TikTok, I guess, right? The Hawk Tua. It's just the story surrounding this girl has been hilarious. And I didn't know what was going on. It went viral. I guess it was like a couple weeks ago, right? A week and a half ago. Mm-hmm. We were in Bedminster. I come back and I'm like, what is this? There are shirts, Hawk Tua. What the hell did I miss? And then I watched the video. And by the way, the video is hilarious. But I took it upon myself to use it to compare, Fannie Willis was a Hawk to a girl, and Nikki Haley, we talk about the escapades and the Escalades. She was Hawk to her like nobody's ever seen. Monica Lewinsky, remember her? And Kamala, we know Kamala, Montel Williams, Willie Brown, and I'm sure there's a bunch of other people. You also have Peter Strzok and Lisa Page. There was probably some Hawk to her going on there too. So. Yeah. Incredible people.
All right, that will do it. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today as we put a bow on a Monday show. Kayal and Company back after this.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics. 215-999-3000.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the Free Odyssey.
Kayal and Company, 9:51 on a Monday morning as we get set to hand things off to Dawn Stensland, the Dawn Show, top of the hour. What do you have lined up?
We have a lot going on today. Obviously, right at 10 o'clock straight up. Will we get the ruling talking about immunity, full immunity, presidential immunity, a huge ruling with ramifications, not just for the current president, but also former President Trump and presidents after POTUS 46, by the way. So the Supreme Court, the pressure is on. What will that ruling be? And we expect it to come down any moment now after, we're 8 minutes away and counting. Mm-hmm. So we, of course, will break that down, get all the reaction to it. And then the first rallies post-disastrous debate, we'll take you through that. And the latest cover lady, First Lady turns cover lady, Jill Biden, using the media and focusing on young women, some of them perhaps first-time voters, and what impact that may have. There's so much just ahead. We'll get into all of it coming up.
Dawn, have you ever been on the cover of Vanity Fair?
Not Vanity Fair, local magazines.
Okay.
Yeah, but
right.
Not Vanity Fair.
I was just wondering. Dave McCormick is on Fox News right now saying that the Biden administration and his cabinet should invoke the 25th. No, that's the wrong strategy, in my opinion. I don't want Joe to go. I want Joe to stay. Don't give the Democrats a wiggle room out the back door.
Well, but think about it. What McCormick is saying is if they bumped him now, it'd be President. Okay, get ready for this. Cover your ears, kids. President Kamala Harris.
I'm moving to Fiji.
That's close.
I know. I'm sorry I did that to you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Dawn, that was bad.
Oh, boy. Now I need some Tums. But we also have to get to Phil Almquist and Today in Music History. Oh, no.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 1st, we celebrate the birthdays of Debbie Harry from Blondie, who's now 79, Fred Schneider from the B-52s, who's 73, and Dan Aykroyd, who's now 72. We also lost Wolfman Jack on this day in 95, and Luther Vandross in 2005. Singles include Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft in 1972. Albums include OK Computer by Radiohead 97, Blonde on Blonde by Bob Dylan in 66, Metal Machine Music by Lou Reed in 75, An Into Glory ride by Man-O-War in 1983. Such a great album. Also in 79, the Sony Walkman debuted in Japan. In 71, Jethro Tull's Aqua Lung is certified gold. In 56, Just for Linda, Elvis made his debut on The Steve Allen Show. In 83, Bon Jovi signed with Mercury Records. And in 2009, a week after Michael Jackson's death, he dominated the top 10 album list with 9 of the top 10. But lastly, on this day in 2006, the Bethel Woods Center for the Arts opens on the grounds of the 69 Woodstock Festival in Bethel, New York. By the way, if you haven't been up there, get there. It's a great museum to visit. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
All right, nice work, Philip, as we wrap up a Monday show. No time for Who Won Social Media today. Great job, Sean. We'll do it again tomorrow morning at 6. Sound good?
Oh, sounds great. I'll be there, and I can't wait to do it all over again.
All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, presumably with a big take on presidential immunity. Until then, good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Your President Nixon.
You know me. You know I love easy living. You want the best. You want relaxation and invigoration. You want to transform your outdoor living space. You go to jacuzzi hot tubs of